In the next minute, we will begin today's session.
Good morning. Bonjour tout le monde, mesdames et messieurs, chers collègues, chers chercheurs. Alors permettez-moi d'abord, avant de commencer, de remercier chaleureusement le GETSPA de nous avoir invités à prendre part à cette conférence. Je remercie également les organisateurs qui m'ont fait confiance en me confiant justement la présidence de cette session. C'est un honneur pour moi de présider cette session qui porte sur les enjeux du Sud global. Alors, nous sommes réunis aujourd'hui dans une perspective aussi stimulante qu'essentielle, celle de transformer la recherche en action, les analyses en publication et les idées en contribution durable au débat scientifique international. Alors, les 4 communications que nous allons entendre incarnent parfaitement la richesse et la diversité des défis sociaux auxquels font face les sociétés du Sud global, de l'Afrique à l'Asie, en passant par l'Amérique latine. Nos chercheurs nous invitent à explorer des questions fondamentales de politique sociale, de protection sociale et de transformation économique. Manasseh Kodzai, excusez-moi pour la prononciation, Chiweche, nous parlera du bien-être et de la protection sociale des footballeurs africains, un sujet qui touche à la fois à la mobilité professionnelle, à la précarité et au système de protection inadapté. Ignacio Martinez Campos analysera la relation complexe entre discours politique et discontinuité des politiques d'intervention sociale. En Argentine, nous rappelons combien la stabilité institutionnelle est fragile face au changement de narratif politique. Et Ndaye Fatissar nous offrira une perspective comparative qui est très, très stimulante entre Singapour et le Maroc sur les politiques sociales transformatrices, 2 contextes qui invitent à repenser justement nos modèles de développement. Et enfin, Devaka Guanawardena examinera les implications de la relance des subventions alimentaires au Sri Lanka pour une transformation équitable de l'économie rurale avec une attention particulière aux enjeux de genre. Alors, notre objectif aujourd'hui est double. Offrir à nos chercheurs un espace d'échange constructif avec un public averti et les accompagner dans leur démarche de valorisation scientifique. Donc, vos questions, vos remarques et vos suggestions seront très précieuses. Et je vous invite donc à une écoute attentive et à un dialogue fécond. Sans plus tarder, je cède la parole à notre premier intervenant, Manasseh Kodzai Chiweche. À vous la parole.
Thank you very much for inviting us all here. I'd like to thank the GETSPA team and the executive for providing this platform to discuss important issues that relate to social policy within the African context. I'm going to take you in a different direction this morning. I'm going to speak around an area and an issue at times which does not seem like it should be an issue or an area where social policy should be involved. But we are dealing with a specific type of industry where the worker starts very young and also ends their career at a very young age. So, all right. So you have a ready mix of issues that relate to vulnerability when you look at the football player. They begin their careers around 13, 14, 15 years, and by 30, most have retired. Yet, in a normal or other sectors, at 30, you are just starting off your career. So at 30, your career has ended and you are retired. What happens then until you get to your 50s, 60s, and 70s? And what type of social protection is there for you as a football person? So that is what this study seeks to understand and provide a framework. What can we learn from other global south contexts in terms of building a framework that also builds the social protection and the social welfare system for footballers post their careers? And this is particularly important for footballers that are applying their trade in Africa, because the profession, whilst it gives you fame, doesn't give you much riches for most footballers that are playing on the continent, which also leads to other issues and problems that this paper won't deal with. The issue that is emerging of many young African footballers finding their way to Europe, migrating and trying to ply their trade on other continents, which leads to all issues of exploitation. I think 2 weeks ago there was a young man who was killed by kidnappers who had lied that they are taking him for trials in France, and he never really got there. They started demanding money from his parents. So that's another whole total different issue. But in terms of the issue that I'm looking at here, we are looking at short precarious careers. We are looking at inadequate retirement support. We are looking at difficult transitions. Because when you start football at a young age, also education and skills development in other areas stops. You concentrate all on football. And in many ways, you are not prepared for the life that comes after football. Then we also have issues of gender disparity, because right now women's football across the world, but particularly in Africa, is a very much vulnerable space. At the moment, I am reviewing a book on the Black Queens or Stars, the Ghanaian national team. It's a sad reading in terms of the stories and the histories that these women have faced to play football on the continent. And some of these stories also relate to then what happens to women that have plied the trade or have played football post-retirement. So this paper tries to do that. I take a continental approach in terms of trying to understand the various issues across specific countries on the continent. In particular, ranking countries with those that have what I would term at least stable football leagues like South Africa and Morocco. Then look at some of the major footballing countries like Nigeria, Ghana, then also focusing on Cameroon, Kenya, and also Zimbabwe, because that's where I'm based. But all across this is the notion that you are seeing more and more a type of informal labor that emerges with playing football, especially for clubs in Africa, where contracts are not really protective of players, where issues of injuries and retirement are not taken care of in the best way possible. So there's a broader lens of inequality and structurally within the space of football and sport in general, around labor rights. What are the rights of those that play sport on the continent? What type of protections do they have? Because mostly we have seen sport as a hobby or as something that people do as an activity, but not as work, but not as a viable space for income generation. Yet all over the world we are seeing that sport has become a billion-dollar industry, and it's increasing in terms of its reach. Then, in terms of the guiding aims and the key questions of the research, really is to diagnose the systemic failures in social welfare for African footballers and develop a transformative policy framework by learning from global south models and analyzing diverse career pathways. What this seeks to do then is to understand the various trajectories and career pathways of footballers, those that remain on the continent, those that migrate to other countries on the continent, and those that migrate outside, and to look at what happens within their careers, what sort of challenges do they face in terms of retirement. You would think that players that would have made it to Europe, to the English Premier League, are protected, they've made millions, but you will find that as I've delved into this research, looked at various documentaries and various reports, there are so many stories of African footballers who in their careers made millions, but still ended up on the streets or struggling to survive, even beyond the big contracts in Europe. So the various pathways will also give us different experiences and different understanding of what happens to players as they ply their trade in different contexts. But we are also seeing the emergence of, as I noted, women football and the leagues that are there on the continent, which are actually worse off when it comes to conditions of play for women. So that is basically what the study aims to do. And in terms of the literature so far, what is emerging in terms of the key transitions and key issues that are emerging out of it, you will find that one of the issues that is coming up is how the careers of footballers are precarious, and issues of migration have become very important, right, in terms of trying to live where you are and get to where your career can best be improved. That is also coming up, which also leads to specific vulnerabilities, because I was watching a documentary around young African men in Perugia, Italy, who have been left stranded because they left Africa being promised football careers. But when they get to some of these clubs in Europe, if they don't make it or they are cut, the agents leave them and they are left on their own. Now they have to struggle on the streets to survive and find ways to make ends meet. So that footballing career or that promising career did not pan out. So what happens in terms of protections for such young men? So there are also this notion of the black checks. It's not my term, it's a term that is coming from the literature. That most players are also faced with serious familial obligations once they make it into football, which also causes a lot of issues in terms of planning for retirement. I think in terms of Africa, some of the interesting cases are Emmanuel Adebayo and the problems that he had with his family in terms of what happens when a player makes it and there's money involved. Then there's also the institutional and policy failures. Football, as I noted, in Africa is big, and governments are involved in football. They invest in terms of infrastructure when it comes to football. But when it comes to player welfare, they sort of are not involved in that, in terms of ensuring that there are protections that ensure fair wages and contracts that actually protect workers. But governments are part of the issues that are there in terms of the institutional and policy failures. And part of the problem also is FIFA, because FIFA has got a specific policy of non-interference, that the governments should not interfere in football matters. But yet the governments in Africa wholly sponsor the national teams. They don't sponsor themselves. It's public money that takes your Black Stars, your Super Eagles to all these matches. It's government that's paying their salaries. It's government that's ensuring that they do all these things. But yet government is not supposed to be involved in the running of football or in setting up a specific institutional structures within football. So it also forms a very problematic area in terms of how then do we build a system where football authorities on the continent are also brought to task in terms of how they are running the game, right? So in terms of the theoretical framework, I won't dwell much on it. Also using the transformative social policy framework, trying to link ideas of Tandika Mkandawire in terms of understanding and bringing them to understand this element of footballers' welfare in Africa around the 5 pillars of production, redistribution, protection, reproduction, and social cohesion. I won't go much into that because of time. In terms of the approach that I'm using at the moment, it is largely desk-based, focusing on academic databases, institutional reports, grey literature, media testimonies. Now the good thing with online spaces is that there are a lot of podcasts that are also emerging of former players speaking to their experiences. So I'm getting first-hand information around some of the challenges post-retirement from footballers themselves using various sources that are online. Also looking at policy documents that have been produced around the social welfare of footballers across the continent. In terms of the stakeholder analysis, I've done the mapping at the moment with the key actors around football associations, governments. We've got player unions, the clubs themselves, and the players also becoming very important within that space. And there's an emerging space that I haven't put there. I was getting to understand it better yesterday. This issue of soccer betting, which is now prevalent across African cities. I think one of the most prominent visuals of the African urban right now is the soccer betting shop. On every corner, in every urban space in Africa, you are finding a soccer betting space. And that notion of gambling has become very prevalent, but in a context where we do not have the institutional infrastructure to deal with gambling disorders and gambling problems, which also relates to poorly remunerated players who are also then susceptible to issues of match fixing and the like. So that's another issue that we would also want to understand. How does that impact on the welfare of our footballers? Because now, if you do match fixing, I think in Zimbabwe, around the 2012, we had a match fixing scandal of teams that were going to Southeast Asia. And some of the players were banned for life. It was the players that were banned, not the officials who were involved in getting these players into these match fixing spaces. So that also affects in terms of livelihoods. So in terms of the initial findings at the moment, so there's a systemic welfare void which is evident, and former players across the continent, the stories are there if you go online. In every nation, we know of a star player that was big back in the day, but who is now living on the streets or was struggling to survive. There is also the issue of the informal redistributive pressure. When you accumulate, you also need to give to others. There's also the issue of gender disparity, which creates a double jeopardy, right? That now you're dealing with a footballing space which is not friendly for players, but also as a woman, you're facing a very patriarchal space in terms of football, which also leads to spaces of sexual exploitation or sextortion for you to actually play or to be chosen for the national team in particular. So there are these elements and these issues that the players face. We also have a growing advocacy, which is growing, and but there's no coherent policy yet in terms of various bodies like FIFPro, which is the players' union, which is sort of branches across most African states. We've got players' unions now. Then we've got clear comparative models that exist in Brazil, in Japan, also I also did look at Germany a bit in terms of the pension integration. But in Brazil, club-led welfare schemes for retired players where they access healthcare, legal service, and vocational training. So that is what is emerging at the moment. The research is still ongoing in terms of some of the issues that are coming out. So I also expect to then go further to deepen the analysis and look at the migrant player versus the local, and also deepen the gender analysis in terms of what are the specific experiences in terms of how they are gendered. So at the moment, this is where the research is. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup Manas pour cette présentation très éclairante sur les défis de protection sociale des footballeurs africains. Vous avez brillamment mis en lumière comment les trajectoires professionnelles internationales peuvent paradoxalement mener à la vulnérabilité sociale en l'absence de politique adaptée. Et ça, c'est très intéressant à découvrir en tout cas. Votre analyse nous rappelle une réalité sociale. Moi, je pense que c'est important de rappeler brièvement, avant de donner la parole au deuxième intervenant, les politiques sociales doivent évoluer avec des nouvelles formes de travail et de mobilité. Et justement, cette question de l'évolution, ou plutôt de la discontinuité des politiques sociales sera au cœur de notre prochaine communication avec Ignacio Martinez Campos, qui va nous transporter en Argentine pour examiner comment les discours et narratifs politiques influencent la continuité ou la rupture des politiques d'intervention sociale. Nous passerons ainsi d'une analyse sectorielle à une réflexion sur les mécanismes politiques qui déterminent la durabilité des interventions sociales. Ignacio, the floor is yours.
Thanks. Saying thank you to the GETSPA project for the opportunity to be part of this conference. This has been a very valuable experience for someone who came from the other part of the world. I'll be reading most of my presentation since English is not my birth language, and I want to be as clear as possible. So, regarding to the scope and objectives of the research, first the problem statement. As you may already know, Argentina is currently undergoing a state of political and social disruption. The country faces a complex and fragile reality marked by a severe economic crisis, persistent inflation, rising poverty, and growing polarization in the public sphere. Also, after more than a decade of progressive government, a new political force has come to power with a radically different vision of the state and the society. This new government, led by Javier Milei and his party, La Libertad Avanza, represents not only a new set of actors, but also a rupture with the historical trajectory that defines Argentina's post-neoliberal period. Its project promotes a radical neoliberal agenda, a drastic reduction of public spending, the dismantling of social programs, and a discourse that openly challenges the principle of gender equality, diversity, and the social value of equality itself. The vision stands in direct contrast to the Kirchner cycle of governments, which position Argentina as a regional example of post-neoliberal reconstruction. So, within this scenario, my research examines the Argentine case through two emblematic policies of the Kirchner's era. First, the universal child allowance policy, which extends income support to children and adolescents in families without formal employment, marking a shift toward universal social protection and the recognition of children as subjects of rights, and also a set of gender equality and diversity policies, such as those that legalize same-sex marriage, recognize gender identity, and expand sexual and reproductive rights, which position Argentina as a regional leader in promoting gender and diversity agenda. The aim is not only to look at the change in government, but to explore, through these policies, whether a broader shift in political culture has taken place, a possible transformation in the collective common sense and in the narrative that shape how citizens imagine the state, social rights, and equality. In this sense, the project asks, how can we explain the emergence of such a radical political and ideological narrative after more than a decade of transformative policies and expanded social rights? And what does this tell us about the connection between the material impacts of social policies and their symbolic or discursive effects? By exploring these questions through the cases of the universal child allowance and gender and diversity policies, the study seeks to understand how material and discursive dimensions interact in the evaluation and legitimacy of social policies. It also examines how these dynamics may help to explain the current configuration of political narratives in Argentina. So, about the scope and methodology of the research. There are three main variables that I want to study and acknowledge how they interact and correlate to each other. The first variable, the material effects and impacts of the two policies under study. And when I say material effects, I mean how far the policies actually go in meeting people's needs. Quantitatively, this means coverage, the amount of benefits, and whether they really help improve living conditions, like reducing poverty or increasing incomes. And qualitatively, it's about how the benefits work in place, how regular it is, how easy it is to access, and whether people feel it provides dignity and real support. Taken together, this dimension shows the policy's actual capacity to provide social protection and the institutional factor that enable or limit that capacity. The second variable will be the symbolic and discursive effect of these policies. These represent the political and cultural contents that take shape around the process of defining social needs and later addressing them with the framework of the specific policies. In other words, they refer to the discourses and the symbolic meanings embedded in them that are constructed around the rights and duties assumed to manage and resolve the specific issue at stake, such as family income allocation, abortion, gender identity, whatever. And the third variable will be the transversal political narratives. Transversal political narratives constitute the meso or the intermediate level at which public policies become socially meaningful. They encompass the shared stories, values, and interpretive frameworks circulating in the public spheres and mediating between specific policies and the broader political culture. These narratives are not merely rhetorical accompaniments, they shape the political common sense that defines perception of what the state should do, what counts as an effective or fair policy, and which values organize collective life. Therefore, the research seeks to study how these three dimensions correlate, how material impacts are accompanied by symbolic and discursive shifts related to the policies, and how these relationships depends on, transform, broader political narratives in society. About the methodology, the study adopts a qualitative and interpretative approach, combining primary and secondary data sources. For the primary data, I'm conducting in-depth interviews with key social political actors from 3 Argentinian provinces, Buenos Aires, Córdoba, and Mendoza. These interviews include voices from different sectors, from trade unions and social movements to feminists and LGBTQ+ organizations, representatives of political parties across the ideological spectrum, public officials involved in policy implementation, and academic experts working on social and gender policy. For the secondary data, I'm analyzing a range of existing materials such as policy evaluation reports, statistical information on program coverage and impacts, and media sources such as news articles, opinion pieces, and public statements to know more about the discourses, the public discourses. So, regarding to the initial findings, these results obviously are still preliminary. They work more as hypotheses under development and need to be further tested and deepened. This is because I'm still in the middle of the fieldwork, conducting interviews and revisiting theoretical and secondary sources. But the first finding shows that both policies show clear and effective material results, but their symbolic and discursive effect are only partial. They don't manage to create shared meanings strong enough to support stable and long-term narratives about these policies. And what does this instability imply? The policies can shift public opinion in the specific issue they address. They do shape discourse in their immediate field. They also point toward narratives to broader changes in society's common sense. But these broader narratives never become stable or dominant. They stay in a fragile position. For a deeper change, we would need a shared idea of the state's role in social assistance and a broader consensus on the value of diversity and gender equality. Instead, what we see today is the opposite. The current government has dismantled many of these institutions and programs, and this happens with little public resistance. In fact, recent elections strengthened that political project. So the question is, why do these narratives remain so unstable despite real material progress? And here is the second finding. One might expect that strong material results would help consolidate stable meanings and discourses, but what I found is that the instability comes from factors outside the policies themselves. The key seems to be in the meso level of political narratives, in this kind of middle layer of common sense where ideas about the state, the market, rights, and equality are constantly shifting. And this meso level is an open space of dispute, and it never fully stabilized, not even during the progressive governments. As a result, the big themes on public debate keep oscillating. with pro-market and pro-state ideas, pro-right and conservative views often coexist, even within same social groups. These narratives, because of that, not evenly spread. Some groups show more stable positions, like public sector professionals or women aligned with collective and state-centered views. Others, like many self-employed workers, lean more toward individualistic, market-driven ideas. But most wage workers come back and forth between both poles. So, at this point, the question becomes, if the material results are strong, but the narratives remains unstable, what is actually driving this kind of volatility in public discourse and common sense? And here comes the third finding. When looking both at the interviews and the literature, a shared idea appears. There is kind of a structural condition that limits how far these policies can stabilize broader political narratives or secure long-term continuity. In the interviews, this structural issue shows up in a diffuse or intuitive way. People point to many factors, identified as structural ones, that the policies simply cannot change. But when we put this insight together with the literature, two main structural limits become clear. First, the difficulty of constituting a clear and a defined subject as a beneficiary and a counterpart of state policies. This is because Argentina's social diversity makes it hard to create a single shared notion of citizenship as the counterpart of state policies. And this is not only a discursive issue, it reflects deep historical and material processes, both in Argentina and likely in other parts of the global south. For the universal child allowance, the welfare system was originally built around the figure of formal salaried worker. And even though the program tried to include formal work and formal workers, this new subject never fully connect to the state. Informal and safely employed workers remain materially excluded from protections, and many express mistrust or distance from public institutions. Part of these groups even later became a key electoral base of the current government. For gender policies, the problem is shaped by territorial diversity. Argentina's federal structure and strong regional differences make it difficult to apply gender and diversity policy uniformly. Several interviews note that these policies were designed from a central urban cosmopolitan perspective without fully accounting for rural or traditional contexts where conservative values were more embedded. So during the progressive cycle, a political and social subject did emerge, but only partially. The support of these governments was often emotional, based on trust and loyalty, rather than grounded in deep material or structural conditions. As a result, the structural foundation that shaped the state-society relationship remained mostly intact. And the second structural factor would be the difficulty in building a stable or hegemonic governmental rationality. Since the democratic transition, Argentina has not consolidated a single political or economic development model. The country has gone through recurrent crises and alternation between neoliberal and progressive governments, preventing either from establishing itself as a lasting hegemonic project. As a result, there is no clear governmental rationality. Public management mixes, often in contradictory ways, ideas of fiscal austerity and state inefficiency with ethical commitment to guaranteeing social rights and effective role of the state. This constant tension between a state-led logic and a neoliberal one creates an unstable ground. As a result, the discourses around these policies shift easily and never fully consolidate. So, building on these findings, I would like to open some broader questions that might be relevant not only to the Argentinian case, but also to other global South contexts. First, how can transformative policies endure or adapt when political power shift toward regressive or anti-state project? Second, what mechanisms, institutional, social, or symbolic, can make such policies resilient to ruptures in the political cycle? Third, to what extent do structural factors such as labor market informality, uneven territorial development, or fragmented state institutions limit the consolidation of transformative narratives around social protection and gender equality? Also, how might social policies address this structural constraint not only materially, but also symbolically by reconfiguring how citizenship and entitlement are imagined? Even more, how can we define and measure the success of a policy that claims to be transformative when its scope is inevitably constrained by structural limits? In other words, what does it mean for a policy to be transformative if transformation itself depends on conditions that often lie beyond the policy's reach? Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
Merci beaucoup, Ignacio, pour cette présentation et cette analyse approfondie du cas argentin. Vous avez magistralement, en fait, démontré comment l'instabilité des narratifs politiques peut compromettre l'efficacité et la pérennité des politiques sociales, créant ainsi une précarité institutionnelle qui affecte directement les populations vulnérables. Alors cette question de la stabilité et de la cohérence des politiques sociales nous amène naturellement à notre prochaine intervention. Si l'Argentine illustre des défis de la discontinuité, que pouvons-nous apprendre des expériences de transformation sociale réussies? Ndaye Fatissar va précisément nous proposer une analyse comparative entre Singapour et le Maroc. Deux contextes géographiquement et culturellement distincts, mais qui offrent des leçons précieuses sur les politiques sociales transformatrices. Comment ces pays ont-ils réussi à mettre en œuvre des changements durables et quelles sont les conditions de leur succès? À vous la parole.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente, de m'avoir donné la parole. Donc, je remercie également, à la suite de mes prédécesseurs, GETSPA, de nous avoir donné l'occasion de présenter nos propositions et résultats de recherche. Donc, en ce qui me concerne, ma proposition de recherche, parce qu'il s'agit d'une proposition de recherche, porte sur les politiques sociales transformatrices, enseignements croisés de Singapour et du Maroc. Alors, est-ce qu'il faudrait... c'est moi qui le fais ou c'est moi? C'est vrai que ça ne fonctionne pas. Ok, thank you. Alors, merci, désolé. Pour le plan de présentation, donc, je vais commencer par présenter le contexte, l'objectif principal de la recherche, les questions de recherche. Je présenterai également la trajectoire économique et sociale de Singapour, les dimensions du modèle singapourien donc, qui sont retenues pour l'analyse, la trajectoire économique et les réformes structurelles du Maroc. Pourquoi est-ce qu'on a choisi le Maroc comme modèle comparatif? Ensuite, je présenterai le cadre conceptuel, le cadre méthodologique, les résultats attendus et je finirai par une conclusion. Alors, pour ce qui concerne le contexte, ce qu'il faut savoir, et comme l'a dit la Présidente, Singapour, le cas de Singapour illustre réellement une transformation rapide, réussie, qui est fondée sur un État stratège conciliant marché et politique sociale. Tandis qu'au Maroc, des réformes économiques et sociales similaires se sont développées dans un cadre néolibéral sous forte régulation publique. Alors, cette étude s'interroge justement sur les conditions d'une politique sociale transformatrice alliant efficacité, équité et durabilité. L'approche comparative, quant à elle, vise à identifier des mécanismes universels transférables au contexte africain. Alors, l'objectif, c'est vraiment d'analyser dans une perspective néolibérale les politiques sociales qui ont contribué au succès de Singapour afin d'identifier les mécanismes pertinents et universalisables, puis les comparer avec l'expérience du Maroc pour en tirer les enseignements utiles à la conception de politiques sociales transformatrices en Afrique. L'idée, c'est vraiment de partir des mécanismes d'abord du Singapour, et afin de les comparer donc, à ceux du Maroc, par rapport à sa dynamique donc, de transformation structurelle, pour finalement en tirer des enseignements qui sont susceptibles d'inspirer des politiques sociales en Afrique, pour le continent. Alors, pour ce qui concerne les questions de recherche, on en a retenu 3 principalement. Quelles sont les caractéristiques... Alors, quelles sont les caractéristiques et dynamiques des politiques sociales transformatrices à Singapour et au Maroc et comment s'articulent-elles avec des logiques néolibérales et le rôle de l'État? Deuxième question, dans quelle mesure ces politiques ont-elles contribué à la transformation structurelle et à la réduction ou au renforcement des inégalités sociales et de genre? Et la dernière question, quels enseignements comparatifs tirés de l'expérience singapourienne pour le Maroc et plus largement pour les pays africains en quête de politiques sociales transformatrices? Alors, pour ce qui concerne maintenant la trajectoire économique et sociale de Singapour, ce qu'il faut savoir, c'est que Singapour, c'est une petite cité-État en Asie du Sud-Est qui, au départ, dans les années 60, ne dispose pas de ressources naturelles, avait une économie fragile, un chômage très élevé et une faible industrialisation. C'est ce petit État-là qui est passé aujourd'hui à un hub mondial innovant, marqué par une économie à haute productivité. Donc, pour faire simple, c'est vraiment un succès en termes donc, de décollage, on va dire, de take-off, un peu pour parler comme l'autre. Et ce cas-là est un cas qui nous intéresse particulièrement pour finalement analyser et étudier quels sont les choix politiques, l'environnement, mais aussi connaître aussi quels sont les fondements idéologiques et politiques qui ont participé à ce take-off-là assez important, parce qu'il faut savoir que dans les années 60, justement, la majorité des pays africains avaient été à peu près à ce même état-là, d'autant plus que non seulement il y a l'insularité de Singapour, mais il y a également, en 1965, quand il a accédé à l'indépendance, une indépendance forcée, parce qu'il a été obligé de sortir de la fédération malaise, mais il fallait pour les premiers dirigeants faire des choix dans un contexte quand même assez difficile. Alors, pour ce qui concerne maintenant les dimensions du modèle qui sont retenues pour l'analyse, alors ce qui est caractéristique du modèle singapourien, c'est vraiment un modèle, et on va le voir dans le cadre conceptuel, un modèle basé, bien sûr, qui a opté pour les logiques néolibérales. Et donc, ce qu'il y a de caractéristique, c'est que ce modèle-là ne répond pas véritablement à l'idéal type du néolibéralisme, puisqu'on a une intervention étatique assez importante. Et dans ce contexte-là, il y a également la mise en œuvre de politiques sociales à vocation inclusive. Donc, il y a véritablement une tension donc, entre ces 3 aspects logiques dans ce contexte d'inscription dans les logiques néolibérales avec une intervention étatique, ce qui est quand même peu commun dans les principes néolibéraux, et dans ça également la mise en œuvre de politiques sociales qui se veulent inclusives. Alors, maintenant, on en vient au cas du Maroc, à sa trajectoire économique et les réformes structurelles qui ont concouru donc, à le choisir comme étant le cas comparatif. Alors, dans les années 80, le Maroc était, comme la majorité des pays africains, soumis au programme d'ajustement structurel. Donc, qui parle d'ajustement structurel, parle de l'imposition, donc de la réduction du rôle de l'État, donc la libéralisation également quelque peu forcée qui fait suite à ça. Et dans les années 90, on observe donc au Maroc la privatisation, donc un renforcement du libéralisme, de la libéralisation avec des privatisations et une ouverture sur le marché mondial. Donc les entreprises publiques sont privatisées et il y a également beaucoup d'accords de libre-échange. À partir des années 2000 maintenant, on observe une industrialisation et l'émergence de zones franches, des stratégies sectorielles, aménagement des zones franches également. Et c'est à partir également de ce moment, un peu à l'image aussi de beaucoup de pays africains, où on voit le retour un peu de ce qu'on peut appeler l'État social à partir des années 2000, mais on va y revenir. Et aujourd'hui, qu'est-ce qu'on remarque? Une libéralisation qui est encadrée On observe au Maroc une montée en gamme aussi industrielle et des réformes sociales assez importantes qu'on verra plus tard. Notamment le régime de protection sociale qui s'est renforcé. Il y a également le RAMED et l'AMO, donc des mécanismes de protection sociale qui ont eu des effets assez structurants dans l'économie et la société marocaine. Alors, la justification du choix du Maroc comme cas comparatif, donc les piliers, c'est une protection sociale universelle, caractéristique donc du Maroc, une industrialisation avancée. On a parlé donc de la régionalisation, donc le développement sectoriel, des investissements publics aussi. Alors, les limites de ce modèle-là, c'est, et on le sait, malgré ces avancées, malgré ces réformes structurelles, on observe quand même des inégalités au niveau donc, territorial et social. Donc, il y a vraiment une différence entre le milieu urbain et le milieu rural. Il y a un dualisme économique aussi, un peu comme à l'image de la majorité des pays africains, avec un secteur formel qui coexiste avec un secteur informel qui est assez massif et également une problématique assez endémique, à savoir le chômage des jeunes. Alors, pour ce qui concerne le cadre conceptuel, alors, pour cette étude, nous avons mobilisé deux concepts centraux comme grille de lecture. D'abord, le néolibéralisme. Je l'ai dit tantôt, le néolibéralisme, pourquoi? Parce qu'il s'agit du cadre dans lequel les deux pays mettent en œuvre, adoptent donc leur politique. Mais ce qui est important de montrer ici, c'est qu'il s'agit de cas qui s'éloignent quelque peu donc du modèle idéal typique du néolibéralisme, puisqu'il s'agit de modèles hybrides et contextualisés qui impliquent un État stratège, un État constructeur qui est là pour mettre en œuvre des politiques. Alors, il y a également dans la littérature beaucoup d'écrits sur le néolibéralisme et on a retenu les travaux de Peck et Thielen, notamment les observations qui sont faites donc, de la dynamique du néolibéralisme. Le rollback, par exemple, qui correspond à l'étape où il y a comme une sorte de suppression, on va dire, suppression de l'État, donc pour en revenir au roll-out, où à partir de ce moment-là, donc les États vont tout simplement adopter un rôle de constructeur, un rôle de développement, un État développementaliste. Donc Peck et Thielen nous le montrent assez clairement dans leur conceptualisation du néolibéralisme. Le néolibéralisme également est perçu comme étant peut également être utilisé comme un moyen pour pouvoir atteindre donc, les objectifs de développement. Donc il s'agit d'une instrumentalisation politique du néolibéralisme, l'utiliser à bon escient, l'utiliser pour les objectifs qu'on s'est fixés sans forcément respecter ou aller respecter on va dire les fondements idéologiques du néolibéralisme originel. Alors, pour ce qui concerne les politiques sociales maintenant transformatrices, c'est le deuxième concept qui a été mobilisé dans le cadre de cette étude. Alors ici, on s'inscrit dans la perspective de McDavid, bien sûr, pour qui les politiques sociales transformatrices réfèrent vraiment aux réformes structurelles qui visent au bien-être, à l'égalité et aux capacités productives. Donc, il est important ici de préciser que lorsqu'on parle de politique sociale transformatrice, c'est vraiment toutes les dispositions qui sont mises en œuvre pour s'attaquer aux causes structurelles des inégalités. Alors, on va utiliser cette grille de lecture pour voir effectivement, est-ce que dans l'esprit des politiques qui ont été mises en œuvre dans les deux pays, mais il y a vraiment on va dire cette volonté-là d'attaquer ces causes structurelles-là qui sont à l'origine finalement des conséquences, c'est-à-dire le sous-développement. Et les quatre objectifs, toujours dans cette perspective-là des politiques sociales transformatrices, on sait pour les quatre objectifs qui ont été définis par l'UNRSID et les quatre normatifs également de Jimmy Adesina, c'est-à-dire dont le modèle nous permet, qui est très éclairant d'ailleurs, qui permet d'analyser l'impact de ces politiques-là sur les 5 fonctions des politiques sociales transformatrices qui ont été exposées durant tout le long des présentations. J'y reviendrai pas. Alors, pour ce qui concerne le cadre méthodologique, alors, on a opté pour une approche qualitative et notre terrain principal sera Singapour. Donc, nous prévoyons d'effectuer des entretiens semi-dirigés auprès des décideurs, donc un certain nombre d'acteurs, une diversité d'acteurs, d'experts, de bénéficiaires également de politiques sociales, pour voir quoi finalement, pour parler de logique idéologique des politiques sociales, leur appréciation donc, leur analyse, donc de la relation ou de l'articulation entre État et marché, responsabilisation individuelle et également la méritocratie. Hein? Donc, on sait aussi que voilà, le modèle singapourien est basé sur cette idéologie-là. Donc, la méritocratie, c'est plus sur la méritocratie que la justice sociale. Alors, on parlera également dans ces entretiens des modalités de ciblage et d'accès aux prestations, donc plus destinées aux bénéficiaires, voir un peu quels sont les critères qui sont au soubassement donc, des mécanismes qui sont prévus pour les différentes politiques, il s'agisse des politiques de logement, il s'agisse de politiques de santé aussi. Des effets perçus en termes d'équité sociale et d'égalité de genre aussi. Donc ces questions-là, on les posera aussi bien aux décideurs, aux experts qu'aux bénéficiaires également, c'est-à-dire des citoyens et citoyennes singapouriens. Alors, pour justement, dans ce point-là, nous tenons à préciser qu'on n'est pas encore allé à Singapour, mais nous avons bénéficié d'un appui institutionnel grâce donc à la recommandation du professeur Chua Beng Huat. Donc nous avons la possibilité d'être accueillis par l'Asia Research Institute et nous avons également l'accord de son directeur, le professeur Tum Bunella. Alors, pour le Maroc, il s'agira principalement d'une investigation documentaire systématique. Donc, on étudiera les plans nationaux, les discours officiels, une littérature académique qui est quand même assez importante et des rapports et des organisations internationales. Alors, pour ce qui concerne maintenant les résultats attendus, nous prévoyons de faire une cartographie des secteurs politiques sociaux qui ont été déterminants dans la trajectoire singapourienne. Nous présenterons dans ce cadre-là les mécanismes spécifiques de mise en œuvre, le rôle de l'État, qu'est-ce qui a été déterminant dans donc, ces mécanismes-là, est-ce que l'État, quel rôle l'État a joué, hein? Le financement également, c'est important de le dire parce que on sait, hein, la littérature nous a permis de voir les mécanismes très sophistiqués qui sont mis en œuvre pour justement financer ce système-là. On a dit qu'il est devenu un hub international, donc c'est une plateforme où les flux financiers mondiaux transitent et ça c'est quelque chose le Singapour a travaillé fort pour en faire cette destination-là. Les partenariats également stratégiques qu'il a eu à établir, d'abord avec sa sous-région et ensuite avec le monde et la digitalisation. Définition des critères d'évaluation, donc inclusion sociale, équité, durabilité, efficacité économique, cohésion sociale. Et après tout ça, donc, nous allons comparer cette expérience-là avec celle du Maroc afin de dégager des convergences et des divergences. Et pour finir, on présentera des mécanismes universels, parce que c'est ça l'objectif ultime, hein, c'est de dégager des mécanismes universels qui sont susceptibles d'inspirer des politiques sociales transformatrices qui soient adaptées aux réalités donc, des pays africains. Alors, pour conclure, l'étude vise à analyser comment Singapour et le Maroc parviennent à articuler croissance économique, intervention étatique et politique sociale dans des contextes façonnés par le néolibéralisme. Cette comparaison permet de dégager des enseignements utiles, permettra de dégager des enseignements utiles à la conception de modèles africains endogènes capables de concilier efficacité économique, justice sociale et équité de genre. Et je vous remercie pour votre aimable attention. Merci.
Merci infiniment, Dai, pour cette analyse comparative aussi riche qu'instructive. Vous nous avez offert des perspectives stimulantes sur les facteurs qui permettent aux politiques sociales de devenir véritablement transformatrices, au-delà des simples interventions ponctuelles. Les exemples de Singapour et du Maroc nous ont montré en fait l'importance d'une vision stratégique à long terme. Je précise, c'est à long terme. Et c'est une dimension qui sera également au cœur, qui devait normalement faire l'objet de la dernière communication. Et je viens d'apprendre que le présentateur est absent pour des raisons, pour une urgence, donc il ne va pas pouvoir présenter. Mais n'empêche que brièvement, je vais rapidement porter la lumière sur sa présentation, très rapidement. Sa présentation allait examiner comment la relance des subventions alimentaires peut devenir un levier de transformation équitable de l'économie rurale, avec une attention particulière aux enjeux de genre. Et c'est une communication qui aurait pu nous rappeler que les politiques sociales ne sont pas seulement des mécanismes de redistribution, mais peuvent être aussi de puissants outils de transformation économique et sociale. Donc Devaka n'est pas parmi nous aujourd'hui, mais bon, le cœur de sa présentation, qui est aussi intéressante, c'est un petit peu ça. Donc, mesdames et messieurs, nous venons d'entendre 3, non pas 4 communications d'une grande qualité et qui semblent tisser une réflexion cohérente sur les défis et aussi les possibilités des politiques sociales dans le Sud global. Donc du sport aux subventions alimentaires, de l'instabilité politique aux transformations structurelles. Ces travaux nous rappellent que les questions sociales sont toujours à la fois locales et universelles, sectorielles et également systémiques. Alors, je donne la parole sans tarder à Madame la discutante pour pouvoir nous donner une vision critique de ces 3 papiers. À vous la parole. Merci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Observation of the presentations would be difficult in the absence of my not having received the papers, but I would just raise a few questions that might help us continue with the discussion as we did yesterday. One of the things that I found fascinating about the session itself is the comparative aspect of countries of Asia, Latin America, and Africa. I think we can learn, as the authors have indicated, a lot of lessons about how to go about formulating what the keynote speaker yesterday said, an alternative imaginary. I think it is by looking at different experiences of other people and our own historical and contemporary experiences that we can draw lessons and imagine a different future, a more promising future. I found the first paper on the difficulties faced by sports people, particularly African footballers, because we live in a continent where these footballers are idealized. We see them as big heroes, very rich, or possibility of being rich, and so forth. And this is, for me, the first time I'm listening to a very critical examination of their own life trajectories. And also the fact that young people look and idealize these sports and sports people because they think it offers a much better future than the future that faces the youth at the moment. So looking at what happens not only when they're actually playing football, but when they retire at a very young age, and what happens subsequently is a very critical question, and I want to thank the speaker for bringing us to that reality. and linking that absence of a robust social policy in our countries and what these young people who retire at around 30 or thereabouts face when they stop playing football. And it links up to what was raised yesterday, the option of migration as one possibility, but also going to these various places and the challenges they face. I think that was a very enlightening intervention. And it forces us to look at social policy at a much broader, from a much broader canvas of looking at different social forces and how they deal with these realities that faces them. And also the fact that the gender inequality within football itself, at the football fields, but also we can raise what kind of social relationship exists between male-female sports people and within their own households. That's probably something that we will learn more about when this paper addresses these various issues in the final paper. I personally learned a lot from the fact that they start very early and retire early, and the challenges they face are multiple. Despite the fact that their being is highly romanticized while they are still playing the game. And we don't really think about what happens to them when they retire. So this is a very sobering observation of a group of people that face a multitude of challenges. The other thing that I found extremely interesting is both in terms of Argentina and Sri Lanka, two countries that we can learn a whole lot from, because they started from a broad and progressive social policy arena to a contrived reality at present because of the deepening of neoliberalism in both countries. It raises a whole host of new issues, which I hope we will learn when the papers are completed, about a new look into food security and how a gender transformative social policy will be able to address such an arena. It links up to the care economy that we touched upon yesterday, because food security is highly, highly gendered, and women face a lot of challenges when the social policy is limited in terms of food security. And the Sri Lanka paper focusing on food security, basically, the removal of subsidies and return to food stamps in a very highly poor economy. What that means instead of a broad social policy is some of the lessons that we can draw from that. And the same thing about Argentina, where they start up, as we were told by the author, from a very progressive and broad social policy to now strengthened neoliberal arena and change that is affecting, retracting those policies, and new realities emerging in this country. But in terms of how political discourse and narratives shape policies or discontinue policies was one of the things that was raised by the author. And we learned that it's not as simple as a narrative facilitating a progressive policy and a regressive policy changing those narratives, that these struggles continue, contestations continue, despite the overall political, social environment changing very rapidly and becoming very restrictive. And also, we cannot make generalized assumptions because it depends on the historical background of a particular region, a particular group of social groups, and how they contest the changing reality or accept the new reality therefore. So while there has been regression and discontinued social intervention, the struggles for the previous promises of progressive social policies continues in Argentina as elsewhere. In terms of the comparison between Singapore and Morocco, what I found interesting and was underscored by the author who looked at the social and political trajectories of these two countries is that both countries adhere to neoliberalism. And what the paper indicated to me is that although the overall umbrella might be a neoliberal intervention in both cases, the outcomes differ because of the historical and specific context of each country, so that we can't make general assumptions about neoliberalism, although there are general trajectories that we can look at. The outcomes actually differ, so that, for example, Singapore, which has been neoliberal for a very long time, still has maintained a very strong state interventionist stance in the policy arena, as has Morocco, but from a different perspective. And the two countries differ, as I understood it, in terms of uneven development between rural and urban areas, massive unemployment of youth, which doesn't exist in Singapore. Perhaps it partly might be because of the size of the Singapore itself, a small city-state. But I think it also another aspect which I hope SAR's paper will bring out is how a region, a particular region, can also have an impact on the outcome. The East Asian environment, socio-political environment and capitalist development is not exactly the same as that which prevails in North Africa. And I think that has an impact on the outcomes of both the potential of a transformative social policy and political regimes in general. So looking at not just the two countries, but the regions that these two countries are located, and what are the constraints and the possibilities they offer, might give us a broader canvas from which to conclude our research and so forth. I also appreciated the fact that we get to see local literature. For example, Adesina in the case of the Moroccan paper, and other Latin American and Asian papers in the others, takes us away from depending not just on the West for socioeconomic aid, but in terms of ideas that people from these regions that we're discussing also produce very instructive literature from which we can draw lessons and bring out conclusions. So citations of looking at the work of Tandika Makandawire in the case of the sports paper, and Jimmy Adesina in the case of the Morocco paper and so forth, takes us to a culture where we appreciate and respect the literature that is produced in our own region and by our own scholars and by the scholars of the South in terms of this discussion this morning. I think that is very important because it is from those kind of context-specific and embedded literature that we can draw lessons that can be easily guide our future projects. I think I'll stop here. These are some of the lessons that I drew from the papers. Yeah.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la discutante, Madame Tadès, pour cette synthèse très intéressante, éclairante, qui met en perspective les contributions de nos quatre. Je dis quatre parce que le quatrième intervenant il est absent, mais aussi son intervention s'inscrit largement dans cette approche. Donc ce sont des interventions qui ouvrent de nouvelles pistes de réflexion. Maintenant, nous ouvrons la séance aux questions et aux échanges avec la salle. Et je pense qu'il nous reste quand même un petit quart d'heure pour ces échanges. Qui souhaite prendre la parole? D'accord, très bien. Donc Monsieur Jack.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Je voudrais d'abord féliciter tous les intervenants et intervenantes pour la qualité de leur communication. Je crois que nous avons beaucoup appris à travers tout ce qu'ils ont dit. Je reviens sur le papier de Manassé, ou Manas, je ne sais pas si je prononce bien le nom, je m'en excuse. Chaque samedi et dimanche, nous sommes nombreux à être devant nos petits écrans pour suivre les performances des joueurs, n'est-ce pas, à travers les matchs qui nous sont transmis, mais nous ne voyons que la façade. Nous ne voyons pas ce qui se profile derrière cette façade-là. Et là, l'analyse que vous venez de mettre en relief, en fait, que nous livrer, mais en relief les difficultés auxquelles sont confrontés les joueurs, notamment après leur courte carrière, et ça c'est une évidence qu'on peut partager, elle est vraiment très très courte. Une analyse très très intéressante qui nous livre beaucoup d'informations et de données, mais je voudrais quand même que vous puissiez, au niveau du cadrage théorique, aller au-delà de ce que vous avez proposé. Hein. C'est bien d'avoir proposé la théorie sociale, tel que développé par Mkandawire, comme l'a dit Zen, Adesina et les autres, ce qui est très intéressant. Seulement, je trouve que les problématiques que vous avez soulevées vont au-delà de la théorie de cette théorie-là, parce que vous avez mis en lumière les questions relatives aux rivalités de pouvoir, en faisant allusion au pouvoir dont dispose la FIFA aujourd'hui sur la CAF, sur les fédérations nationales. Là, on est dans un registre relatif aux rivalités de pouvoir. Et la théorie sociale ne prend pas en charge ces dimensions-là. Et puis on est dans un domaine très important où les acteurs qui disposent de beaucoup de pouvoir sont ceux qui arrivent à contrôler ce que Michel Crozier appelle les zones d'incertitude d'autres acteurs. Hein? Et donc là, je voudrais que vous puissiez peut-être prendre Pierre Bourdieu avec sa théorie des champs, parce que le monde sportif, c'est un véritable champ, hein, au sens bourdieusien du terme, avec des acteurs multiples qui essaient de se positionner dans ce champ-là, chaque acteur essayant de tirer la couverture de son côté pour sauvegarder ses intérêts, pour se tailler une petite parcelle de pouvoir. Et donc, Pierre Bourdieu essaie d'expliquer un peu cela très bien dans sa théorie des champs. Je crois qu'il faudrait peut-être jeter un coup d'œil sur cette littérature scientifique importante. Et il y a aussi Michel Crozier avec son concept de zone d'incertitude. Vous voyez, la FIFA, c'est une véritable institution qui dispose d'un pouvoir énorme. Quand vous voyez comment la FIFA traite d'abord la CAF, comment la CAF traite les fédérations nationales, comment celle-ci exerce une pression sur les joueurs. Et on sent que la FIFA dispose d'une zone d'incertitude assez énorme pour pouvoir contrôler la CAF et les autres acteurs. la CAF même, etc. Donc, cette notion de zone d'incertitude développée par Michel Crozier et la théorie de champ de Pierre Bourdieu, auquel il faut ajouter la théorie sociale que vous avez si bien développée en prenant Mkandawire, Jimmy Adesina et les autres. Je crois que ça permet de couvrir, n'est-ce pas, l'ensemble des problématiques et des questions que vous avez soulevées dans votre étude. Donc, je trouve que c'est très intéressant. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Prochaine question, monsieur.
Yeah,
Allez-y.
thank you. Just one short question for Manasseh. I'm curious to know, do you have any personal history that led you to this topic? If you can just, probably you said it, but I didn't hear about that. I want to know what is really your motivation to engage in this conversation. Mon point va aller à Ndeye Fati, ça, pour l'étude comparative qu'elle est en train de faire. Je crois que le cadre théorique est assez bien planté, mais des cas spécifiques du Maroc, j'ai juste des suggestions, parce qu'il est difficile du modèle économique du Maroc sans se référer à la politique agricole de ces pays. Parce que cette politique agricole qui est génération green, avec ses implications aujourd'hui pour l'industrialisation, on ne peut pas justement avoir la porte d'entrée de l'industrialisation pour analyser les dysfonctionnements sur le plan de politique sociale ou d'autres types d'analyses que vous voulez faire, sans vraiment analyser cette politique agricole, qui est le fondement, en tout cas à mon avis, de ce qui est modèle économique aujourd'hui du Maroc. Donc qui est effectivement un modèle néolibéral. Parce que le modèle, on le sait bien que la génération green est basée sur un modèle de révolution verte. Et la question de la durabilité que vous analysez à la fin va vraiment être assez critique si vous partez de cette politique agricole. Dans la mesure où vous voyez déjà le Maroc vert, hein, avec sa contribution, notamment tout ce qui est le coût environnemental que ça a engendré, parce que j'ai fait partie aussi de ceux qui ont analysé ce Maroc vert dans sa première génération avant d'aller à la deuxième génération. Et aujourd'hui, ce qui se passe au niveau du Maroc avec l'épuisement des ressources en eau, en grande partie dû aussi à cette intensification agricole, mais qui a aussi créé des disparités entre les petits agriculteurs et l'agriculture industrielle, qui est le fondement du tissu, en tout cas d'une grande partie du tissu industriel aujourd'hui, doit être analysé. Parce que on voit bien que les modèles qui sont développés, les modèles économiques, qui partent vraiment de l'orthodoxie économique, hein, les modèles d'accumulation et de redistribution, mais qui impliquent une forte capacité d'exportation de ces produits, qui externalise en fait, qui donne une externalité du système économique du pays, a eu vraiment des impacts assez importants sur la manière dont l'informel a été organisé aussi dans le pays. Donc vous parlez beaucoup de la grande majorité de l'économie qui est basée sur l'informel, c'est parce qu'il y a des places qui ont été complètement occupées aussi par d'autres acteurs externes. Je vais parler par exemple de la production de l'avocat au niveau du Maroc, qui est l'un des domaines où il y a la grande consommation d'eau, mais qui est essentiellement par des Israéliens ou d'autres communautés au niveau de ces pays-là. Donc, la tomate aussi, c'est une illustration assez fondamentale que vous pouvez analyser avec un apport d'intrants chimiques qui vient de l'Europe, des intrants chimiques d'ailleurs la plupart interdits en Europe, qui ont été utilisés, mais qui sont aussi dévastateurs du tissu environnemental du pays. Donc, je vais dire tout simplement que la question de la durabilité du modèle, et en comparant, en faisant cette analyse, va passer aussi par l'analyse d'un secteur primaire comme l'agriculture, qui a des implications sur le modèle économique, disons, à travers l'industrialisation que vous voulez explorer. C'est juste une suggestion. Il y a des institutions aussi, vous n'avez pas la chance d'aller faire des enquêtes directes sur le terrain, mais il y a des institutions comme l'IRES qui peuvent aussi aider, en tout cas l'Institut royal de l'étude stratégique, parce que je participe souvent à des rencontres qu'ils organisent. Et je crois que ça peut être aussi une source assez importante d'accéder à des informations qui peuvent aider dans ce sens-là. Voilà, c'est juste des suggestions par rapport au travail qui est fait sur le Maroc.
Pour votre question, oui, s'il vous plaît.
Je vais féliciter aussi les présentateurs, présentatrices pour la qualité des présentations. C'était très, très éclairant. Et je vais rebondir sur ce qu'a dit le collègue ici, parce qu'effectivement, il y a des indicateurs aussi, c'est par rapport à la présentation de Fatih, mais aussi la présentation de Manez. Oui, donc c'est intéressant de voir d'autres modèles qui fonctionnent, mais il ne faut pas perdre de vue qu'il y a des points, peut-être des angles morts ou ce que j'appellerais des points de tension à surveiller. Tu sais, quand les disparités là se manifestent, j'ai pas de chance avec les micros, les disparités se manifestent diversement et il y a des indicateurs qu'il faudrait prendre en considération. Hein. On sait que les indicateurs démographiques, par exemple, tout ce qui touche l'immigration, la natalité, la dénatalité, l'immigration dans ces pays-là. Ensuite, on a tous les indicateurs économiques, notamment l'employabilité, les taux d'emploi, le chômage, la pauvreté, la distribution de la richesse à l'échelle de ces territoires-là, et les indicateurs sociaux, notamment tout ce qui est écart dans les niveaux de vie à l'échelle de ces pays, accès aux services, accès aux loisirs, éducation et formation, qualité de la vie, parce que ce sont on tend vers ça, on tend vers avoir une meilleure qualité de vie dans nos pays africains. Hein. Et dans ce temps-là, il faut aussi voir c'est quoi les indicateurs macroéconomiques, c'est-à-dire l'internationalisation, et c'est quoi les indicateurs microéconomiques, notamment tout ce qui touche, par exemple, la régionalisation des services. Évidemment, oui, c'est bien de voir des modèles qui fonctionnent, mais il ne faut pas perdre de vue aussi que ce sont, quand je prends le cas de Singapour, c'est quand même très avancé et c'est une cité-État, comme tu l'as dit, qui n'a pas beaucoup de ressources, mais qui a quand même des services, qui a réussi à s'intégrer dans la mondialisation de la meilleure des façons et en tirant le meilleur des profits. Si on regarde juste à titre comparatif, à Singapour, le revenu national brut par habitant, quand on prend le parité de pouvoir d'achat, en 2024, c'est 126 190 $. À l'échelle de l'Afrique, le revenu national brut moyen par habitant en parité de pouvoir d'achat, c'est 1151 $. C'est quand même on est très loin de Singapour, mais on peut regarder aussi une des problématiques peut-être qui a aidé beaucoup les pays avancés à régler certaines problématiques sociales, c'est les indicateurs démographiques, parce que la problématique de chômage dans nos pays, la problématique, les problématiques de survie qu'on a, peut-être aussi il faut aller voir comment ils ont fait pour régler les problèmes démographiques. Parce que dans des pays comme le Maroc, où le chômage est quand même assez important, le chômage des jeunes, on voit que oui, il y a des efforts qui sont faits dans la natalité, mais il y a encore beaucoup d'efforts à faire encore, surtout dans les régions rurales. Donc, il y a quand même tous ces indicateurs-là qu'il faut regarder pour essayer peut-être de faire une prospective qui pourrait permettre en réalité que nos États puissent s'inspirer de ces modèles, mais aussi essayer de s'adapter à nos différentes conditions, parce que des conditions, il y en a plusieurs. Merci.
On va s'arrêter à ces trois questions. On va pouvoir d'abord répondre à ces trois questions parce qu'on n'a pas beaucoup de temps. Vous avez 3 minutes chacun, s'il vous plaît, à respecter dans vos réponses. Et la parole, c'est à Monsieur Manasseh.
Very much for the questions. Hearing about Pierre Baudot takes me back to my undergraduate sociology classes. I do take that into consideration, but also just to say that when you look at Kandawiri and Adesina's theorization, there's also a political economy to it, which also relates to issues of power and how power is reproduced within these spaces. So it will come out clearly within the spaces of the paper, but I do check that and see how I can improve on that analysis of power. and the different dynamics between what FIFA does and the national associations, and when it comes to players and some of these tensions that are happening. In terms of the second question, which is more interesting, when I started watching football, I was 2 years old. That was my first match. My father took me and my two brothers to that match. So I support the local team. And one of my local heroes was a man called Francis Shonai. He was the national team captain back then. He had a distinct hairstyle that I wanted to follow, but I couldn't because it wasn't allowed. But he ended up in South Africa, and part of following his story is a sad one. Made a lot of money in South Africa, but ended up being a public transport. You know, in Southern Africa, we've got these combis, small minibuses. Ended up being a driver of one of those. Then he died very poor and a pauper. To get buried, his body to be repatriated from South Africa with people, you know, even the Dynamo supporters back then, we had to put some money for his body to be brought back to Zimbabwe. So that story stuck with me over the years. So hearing other stories of Emmanuel Eboué at Arsenal, also, and the troubles that he went through in terms of having all the fortune gone, Emmanuel Adebayo's story. So that kept on recurring in terms of how then do we begin to understand these people we idolize and we saw and romanticized as heroes when they were playing, and this playing, so there was a distinct issue there with them. So that's my history and my personal attachment to that. Thanks.
Alors, merci beaucoup. Alors moi, j'ai pas vraiment eu des questions, j'ai eu des contributions que j'apprécie vraiment à leur juste valeur. Donc, merci Marie, merci Monsieur Goïta pour ces remarques-là qui m'ouvrent vraiment des perspectives de recherche assez intéressantes. Merci beaucoup.
Je vais quand même prendre la quatrième question, si vous permettez. On a un tout petit peu de temps. Allez-y, madame, vous posez votre question. Il a une réponse.
Okay. So, thank
I'm
you.
so sorry. 3 questions encore. Donc, vous posez votre question, puis la suivante et la troisième, et on s'arrête là.
Okay. So the first question is with respect to the football paper. Yes, the focus is on the African footballers, but I don't remember really hearing the specific African countries. Where was the study done, who were interviewed and all that? If I missed that, apologies. The other question relates to the Argentina paper, Ignacio. You raised questions at the end of your findings, and I'm asking myself, okay, then what is the purpose they are serving? You know, those questions at the end, why were they not incorporated in your study? And are there areas that you want future other researchers to focus on? Otherwise, I thought there were too many to be coming from, should I say, maybe what your study failed to achieve. Thank you.
Question, please.
Thank you all, really fabulous panel. My first question is to Ignacio as well, and I just thought there was such nuance in your discussion. I was very interested in the meso level and, of course, the instability there, and you started to tease out the difference between some of the groups, so a more dominant women's group kind of being able to stabilize consensus, but then so much of what the change you described was really changed to a social order, right? By often groups who are in a minority. And so I wanted to know from you whether you actually think the meso level can be stabilized. I would love an answer to that really pernicious question. And my second question is really both to Fatih and to Manasseh. I thought your, Fatih, j'ai beaucoup aimé cette présentation sur le Singapour. Et bien sûr, on a tendance à dire, bon, c'est néolibéral, mais à un moment donné, cette nomenclature cesse d'avoir tout son sens si en partie on est en train de dire le volet social est pris en compte depuis le début, et on est en train de dire qu'il y a un certain degré d'expérimentation. Et donc je voulais pousser un peu cette question. Si on croit vraiment que les approches transformatrices sont essentiellement des approches d'expérimentation, d'alternatives, est-ce que c'est possible que nous devrions aller au-delà des labels et vraiment s'ancrer dans ce qui a le potentiel de nous faire bouger? Hind a souligné surtout le rôle stratégique de l'État dans tout ça. Ce que j'ai également essayé d'évoquer, c'est la capacité des acteurs qui composent et qui font partie à un certain niveau d'une vision d'un État, comment ces acteurs peuvent nous mener à faire autrement. And I think that's where I see the link with Manasseh, who has, of course, challenged us to think more broadly about where social policy applies, right? And also at what level, because you brought the FIFA dimension and what the role is of African states, who clearly are very much behind this as a, dare I call it a development strategy, but certainly around football in state identity and national identity, really. Where are the spaces for thinking about what a social policy would look like? Your slides were very detailed. You talk about, for example, pension plans for these young workers. Where are the spaces to be thinking both collectively and, forgive me, transnationally around building out the kind of social policy that would transform this experience for these really quite emblematic workers for the region? Thanks.
Alors c'est la dernière question. Vous avez 1 minute, s'il vous plaît.
Merci pour la parole, Madame la Présidente. Bonjour à vous et bonjour à tout le monde. Ma question va essentiellement au docteur Ndiaye. Je voudrais, en fait, je suis un peu curieuse de savoir, dans votre présentation et les études comparatives que vous avez menées sur les 2 pays, montrent quand même que les pays ont connu une sorte de politique de développement à très très long terme. Quand on prend par exemple le cas de Singapour, je pense que leur politique de développement est partie c'est la politique menée surtout principalement par le Premier ministre Lee Kuan, et il est resté le même chef d'État des indépendances, je pense dans les années 90, dans le début des années 90. Ça veut dire qu'il y a eu une processus quand même, un processus à très long terme qui a conduit à ce que nous voyons aujourd'hui. Et également le cas du Maroc, on a eu la même chose. Comme étant donné les politiques monarchiques, ça veut dire qu'on a une vision basée principalement sur 2 ou 3 secteurs de développement et qui ont conduit au développement à très long terme également et dont les résultats sont visibles aujourd'hui. À cela, donc, ma question est celle de savoir, est-ce que c'est possible d'appliquer cela aux autres pays africains surtout, dont on sait que les politiques changent avec que les chefs d'État, comme ce que Ignace vient de démontrer, de l'autre côté, c'est pratiquement la même chose chez nous aussi. Est-ce que c'est possible d'appliquer ces modèles dans d'autres pays africains?
So, thank you for the question and the observations. They are very valuable. So, regarding the first question about the questions that I show at the final part of my presentations, yeah, they are actually big issues and big questions. I didn't acknowledge them in the design of my research because I want to develop my research as something possible to achieve. But those are questions that are in an underlying level of my research. About the second question of the how can we stabilize that kind of meso level of what can stabilize that meso level? I would rather question if that meso level is something that can be finally stabilized in a definitive way. Maybe the transformative social policies must acknowledge that they have limits, that they always function in this kind of unstable ground, and that is something like I would like to put as something that make changes in a kind of epistemological perspective on how we can define the transformative aspect of the policies. Yeah, that's it.
All right. On the first question on the specific countries, as I noted that the study is mainly literature and desk-based because of the vastness in terms of the focus that I'm trying to make, and it will defy specific country characterization because of the cast of characters that we'll be looking at. Sadio Mane is Senegalese, so you'll be part of that study. But within that, in terms of the background and the literature, as I try to explain the football terrain across Africa in terms of the local leagues, I started with the theorization around understanding the different, thematically, the different leagues that are there. There are those that are professional, like South Africa and Morocco. Obviously, you have to focus on them and understand what are the dynamics within those. Then there are some that are semi-professional, but also very popular. Your Ghana, Nigeria, Cameroon. Then you also have Egypt, which is emerging in terms of spaces where outside money is coming in to buy clubs that are not popular. So the most successful team in Egypt at the moment does not have any supporters. It's called Pyramids FC. So that's another dimension of itself in terms of the local leagues that are happening there. Then we've got other leagues that are peripheral and which are not so professional in terms of also regionally looking at Kenya, Zimbabwe, and the like. So in terms of the country specifics, it will come out as I do the review of the documents and understanding what is happening in terms of the different dynamics that are emerging out of that. But I'll keep the Africa focus at the moment. But some of those countries that I mentioned are part of that. All right. In terms of the second question, alternatives, well, there's a player organization worldwide, which is FIFPro, which is emerging. I wouldn't know whether it will become the most important space to discuss alternatives, but it is a starting point where player unions are emerging across the continent, and FIFPro has been working very hard to set up these different chapters across countries. So those are some of the spaces that are emerging to discuss alternatives. Thank you.
Alors, pour répondre à Madame Blackett, alors ce qu'il y a lieu de mentionner ou alors de rappeler, c'est que l'État de Singapour, c'est pas juste un État développementaliste, c'est également un État qui contrôle. Donc, la marge de manœuvre des acteurs est vraiment très très limitée. La presse est contrôlée, les syndicats sont contrôlés et les populations, bon, justement, on leur impose cette vision-là. Cette vision de développement basée sur ces conditions-là, d'accepter vraiment en contrepartie donc, de l'acceptation. Donc, on diminue les marges de manœuvre individuelles. En contrepartie, ben, il y a le développement, il y a également ce que disait Marie, donc un niveau de vie qui est quand même assez intéressant. Mais il y a quand même une perte, et la perte, c'est les libertés individuelles. Et c'est ça qui me permet aussi de faire le lien avec la question de Fadimatou. Je ne pense pas que d'avoir un régime permanent est la condition sine qua non pour le développement, comme c'est le cas pour le pape au Singapour, le parti unique qui est le parti unique depuis 1965, comme c'est le cas également, enfin, je ne pense pas, le Royaume du Maroc, c'est une monarchie constitutionnelle, on le sait. Alors je ne serais pas tentée de faire des corrélations entre le fait qu'il y ait un pouvoir politique permanent et donc qui soit corrélé à un développement, un potentiel de développement. Ce qui est important pour moi d'analyser, c'est comment impulser, comment appliquer des politiques de transformation sociale dans un contexte de démocratie, c'est-à-dire dans un contexte où les libertés individuelles et les libertés collectives soient des libertés qui sont réelles. Donc, je pense que c'est tout l'enjeu, c'est vraiment de voir l'application de cette vision-là, quel que soit le pouvoir politique en place, donc que la base soit vraiment la démocratie. Pour moi, en tout cas, l'enjeu, c'est ça. Merci beaucoup.
C'est qu'on a dépassé largement le temps, mais vu la qualité de ces interventions, de ces questions, donc on n'a pas pu s'en empêcher. N'hésitez surtout pas à poursuivre les échanges de manière informelle avec les intervenants et je vous souhaite une excellente continuation de la conférence. Merci beaucoup à toutes et à tous.
Okay, we will now proceed for snack break and come back at 11. Yes, 11. Okay, thank you. 20 minutes.
That's going to start at 11:15.
She says 11.
The 11 will probably end up.
While therefore it's more the source.
Oh, they're curate.
They curate and make sure that it's better.
Okay, I think I'll go to that. So I'm thinking maybe on the way back from the exhibition, or do they open? I don't know what to open.
So let me just find out, check quickly. I know they don't open on Mondays, but Tuesday and Mondays. So that's the one.
Is it walking distance from here?
Not walking distance. So just to give you an idea, this is what it looks like on that space. But this is their space. So these are kind of things that they have. So you'd find things like this in the craft market. Perhaps the government rate might be lower. So if you just want like a bunch of
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're about to be in section 6, which is a presentation of the synthesis paper, and very much looking forward to the continuity of our discussion. I think we left off at a really fascinating place where we're interrogating really what we mean by transformative, in what contexts, what actors, what spaces, how we look at the material, how we look at the questions. And the topics that we cover in this session, I think, should move us in a direction where we are thinking very closely about how it is that we understand the transformations over time, taking into account identity and in particular gender, and how we think about social policy into the future. We're actually going to start with a slightly different order than you see in your program, beginning with Ato Kwamina Onoma's paper, Catalyst for Change. Ato is with us virtually, so we'll go first to an online presentation, and then turn second to Nana Akua Ayidoho's paper with Michael Kapesa-White on colonial legacies of social policy, before turning to the co-authored paper with Georgie Chigata, Marian Uma, and Faustina Obeng Adoma on gender and social policy. Unfortunately, Michael Kapesa-White is not able to be with us today. And so, very much looking forward to your paper. Ato, are you with us? Okay, promising. And just checking that you're not on mute. Can you hear us?
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you very much. I can hear you very well.
Please feel free to go ahead. And do you have slides?
No, I do not have slides.
Okay, excellent. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. I should say good morning. It's very early here. Thanks for the opportunity to present at this meeting, and my apologies once again for not being able to make it. I should say that I think a couple of weeks ago, I made a presentation on the draft of what I'm going to talk about, and there has been some changes. I think myself and my co-author are sort of struggling with how to structure this presentation or this paper that is supposed to synthesize a catalyst of change in the country and cluster reports that we receive. The challenge is there are multiple ways of doing this, and we are trying to think of ways in which it can be most useful to the program. I think one of the ways out that we've sort of latched onto is internal to the program GETSPA itself. One of the good things that GETSPA did at the beginning was to outline a temporal frame that all of the reports were supposed to use. So we have 5 periods: the late colonial period, there is the period immediately after independence, there is a structural adjustment period, the post-structural adjustment period, and that of COVID-19. And so in a sense, it's sort of very easy to read the report because we have this chronology. But I think the interesting thing about this chronology is that it goes beyond the ordering of events in a time series. It sort of suggests model of change as well. And this is very clear when you read the report. And I think it's very safe to say that in most of the reports we have a punctuated equilibrium model of change that has been, that the authors have used. And I think this is probably linked to this temporal frame that GETSPA suggested. So what I wanted to do was to talk a little bit about this, the ways in which it manifests itself in the report, this punctuated equilibrium model of change, and then also look a little bit more closely beyond the broad framing of these reports to look at the intimate details of some of the reports and find out ways in which they sort of go beyond this punctuated equilibrium model of change and in a sense present possibilities for continued change in the realm of policy making. So in a sense, I hope that I'll end at a place that is more positive in terms of policy recommendations. I don't think I need to repeat all of this, but most of you probably know the punctuated equilibrium model of change, which I think is very, today it's very much identified with historical and sociological institutionalism, but has historically been very present in economic theory as well. And it's this idea that institutional change moves basically, let me restart. That institutional change is characterized by very long periods of stasis where there is an equilibrium. And this equilibrium is often, is almost always upended by large exogenous shocks that create what is often referred to as critical junctures. And during these critical junctures, paths sort of switch. And then you settle into another equilibrium that goes on for a long period of time before you have another exogenous shock. And this is very evident in the report in the sense that each of these moments that GETSPA suggested can be considered as an exogenous shock. And between these periods, you have a sort of equilibrium, and these are upended again. So there was the colonization, there was decolonization, sorry. There was the 1973 oil crisis and the political crisis that it's caused. And then you had what we can refer to as the ideational conversion to a post-structural adjustment framework. And then, of course, the most spectacular of this could be thought of as the COVID-19 pandemic that, in a sense, sort of came from nowhere and was not rooted in any of the indigenous endogenous processes that were taking place. And so I think when you read all of the reports, one of the beautiful things about them is that they tend to follow this framework. And it makes it easy to read, but I think it sort of provides a story. You can sort of tell what story GETSPA is trying to promote about social policy on the continent, reading all of these reports. There are things that tie them together. Now, one of the challenges with punctuated equilibrium theories of change is the identification of the specific causal mechanisms involved. Okay? And we'll see this in two areas. One is with regards to status. So what maintains equilibrium once countries choose a path? Why do policies stick once they are chosen between these exogenous shocks? And, you know, in one sense, you can sort of understand that leaders make choices. The reason why these choices stick is less obvious when you read the reports. I think there are many suggestions in various reports. In cases where leaders are broadening and deepening social policies, it's sort of easy because this process involves the creation of massive constituencies. This could be labor unions, student organizations that are benefiting from these policies, and so in a sense can act as a natural constituency for supporting these policies, right? This is sort of intuitive, but it's not an entirely satisfactory answer for one big reason, which is that as we look around the world, there are many instances where small constituencies that are very powerful, that are receiving exclusive benefits, have been able to subject massive constituencies to their whims. And so it's not very obvious why these policies stick. One of the answers that you can see in a sort of veiled way is the lack of accountability, and it manifests itself in two ways. The most obvious one is the fact that many countries, especially during the hardest periods of structural adjustments, were authoritarian, and so leaders did not need to go to these people for votes, and that's created that sort of undermined accountability mechanism that will have forced these leaders to that will have forced these leaders to maintain policies that benefited large majorities. I think this other suggestion that is made refers to just the fact that many of these leaders do not depend a lot on local constituencies for revenues. So the limited contribution of local taxes and widely distributed local taxes to the national coffers, in a sense, allows leaders to negotiate with external sources of revenue and so impose and maintain policies that undermine the interest of large majorities. And I think the same sort of questions about causal mechanisms can be raised when it comes to the exogenous shocks. Okay, because on the surface, these shocks are supposed to be exogenous. They are supposed to be coming out of nowhere, so to say, or at least external sources. But when you read the report, you realize that the story is more complicated. Okay? And I think this is a good thing, because there are some of them that do seem very, very exogenous. So of the shocks that are outlined, I would say COVID-19 and the 1973 oil crisis are probably the most truly exogenous shocks. Some of the other shocks, one could debate about the exogeneity of their sources or their nature. So one of these is decolonization. Of course, to regard decolonization as exogenous is very problematic because it sort of elides the long histories of struggle that Africans undertook to achieve it, including in the Lusophone case, armed struggles that lasted for a long period. But it's even more endogenous in the sense that a lot of these struggles were framed around access to what you can think of as economic and social rights that are at the very heart of social policy. So in a sense, decolonization itself was about social policy. And so it's very hard to argue that this was an exogenous shock. And while many of the authors do not say so very clearly, as you read the report, you realize that there is this understanding that decolonization itself was part of the bigger struggle for the social policies. And I think that is very useful in many of the reports. I think the case of the post-structural adjustments is another example where it's not so clear that it was an external or exogenous shock, because we know that once these structural adjustment policies were imposed, they immediately generated a lot of resistance that lasted for a long period of time. And so the change that happened while it manifested itself in global agendas like the MDGs and the SDGs, it's very difficult on the continent to talk about this switch being exogenous. And I think this brings us to another question, and this is with regards to the nature of change. Punctuated equilibrium models tend to favor an understanding of change that is very dramatic, in which a new policies sort of completely displace old policies that are sort of, if we might say, swept away, or in which new policy regimes are introduced in areas where none existed before. And when we read the report, there is this sort of, a suggestion that this is happening on the surface. But again, as you read more closely, you realize that there is a lot of layering of old policies onto new policies that are actually not swept away, at least not entirely. And I think yesterday we talked a lot about, in one of the sessions, about the state social policy systems and the non-state social policy systems. And decolonization, many of the presenters yesterday emphasized. I remember specifically the presentation of Frimpong here, that in a sense, decolonization did not sweep away our non-state systems of social policy. They still exist. What they did was to layer a new system onto them that are sort of the two sort of interact in ways that are not entirely clear, and create tensions in some instances, but collaborate in other instances. And so the nature of change itself is something that is sort of that doesn't necessarily coincide very, very neatly with the idea of punctuated equilibrium. Of course, the duration of change itself, and whether it is sudden, as is sort of presented in the punctuated equilibrium model, then arises. Because if you look at structural adjustments, the fight against structural adjustment program, it was a very, very long struggle that almost immediately led to the poverty reduction programs, and then continued to change gradually. I think if you go back, so there wasn't actually a sudden change that was sort of that fell into an equilibrium. I think if you take the case of decolonization as well, many of the reports, so if you read the reports on Ghana, on Nigeria, and many other countries, there is the sense that decolonization actually did not lead to a sudden massive change. That a lot of these changes started maybe in the 1940s, 1950s, as colonialism, as the colonial authorities started to give more and more areas of responsibility and power to local institutions, including legislative councils. There was this gradual process of broadening the base of education, giving people access, as these nationalist leaders took increasing responsibility. And so decolonization did not, yes.
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. And so we can say decolonization did not mark a period of very brief sudden shift. Okay. So let me just give a few concluding remarks. And here I will talk a little bit about what all of this means for policy. I think in a sense, the fact that a very strict punctuated equilibrium model does not hold is actually very, very positive, because in many ways it shows that agency, and I've talked about African agency in terms of what these nationalist leaders were doing. I've talked about it in terms of the struggle of unions, student unions, labor unions against structural adjustment. So there is huge room for African agency. There is also a lot of possibilities for endogenous struggles. these shocks we don't have to wait for thunder or an epidemic to strike from somewhere to bring change. I think another lesson is that you actually don't need to completely sweep out the old in order to institute change. If you can't do that, it's not a problem. You can layer new systems onto it. And I think this is something that we've seen in history. Maybe the last point I'll make is that small changes, if you read the report, you see that small changes can sort of engender larger changes down the road. And I think this is sort of obvious in the introduction of free primary education in many countries. That it was a small victory because many people wanted free education throughout the chain, and they got primary education. But in a sense, down the road, it sort of forced countries to increasingly think about secondary education. And many countries have gone there, free secondary education. Because that has created a glut at the university level, it's forcing many countries. So there is a sense in which gradual change that starts with small steps can lead to bigger returns down the road. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that really insightful analysis of the various national reports and for focusing our minds on not only what actually constitutes sufficiently significant exogenous change to yield the kind of transition that you have in mind, but actually to bringing it back to the small, some might say incremental even changes, and the agency to bring about those changes that then open the door for more continuous, perhaps more sustained change down the line. I think that traces a beautiful portrait that leads us now into Nana Akwa's paper on colonial legacies of social policy. So over to you.
So I was going to go first and then give a little background about the synthesis papers, not very long, but just to say that the synthesis papers are about trying to gain an understanding of what happened on the continent historically in terms of social policy making processes and content so that it can inform what we can envision about social policy going forward. So they are supposed to synthesize the various country and cluster reports from phase 1. So that's the idea here, and my job and my paper is on trying to understand the legacies that we still have with us based on colonial governance and policy structures. Okay, so I'm going to present in sections the way that I envision the paper will be organized. And so the first section will be definition of terms. I won't bore you with this because I believe we're all very familiar with our starting point, our reference definition of what we think of social policy as, based on work by Thandika, Nkandawire, and Jimmy Adeshina, with the functions of social policy, which again we are familiar with. So, of course, we also have to define by what we mean by colonial. And so in this paper, I'm thinking of colonial both as a particular period and the events within those period, as well as obviously the neo-colonial so the relations of power that still persist from the colonial period into our contemporary times. So even thinking about the colonial as an era or a period of time with different events and phenomena is still complicated because
there are so many different versions of colonialism that we experience on the continent. And that's talking just about European colonialism. We're not talking about colonialism by non-European powers. We're not talking about colonialism by black people, say returned slaves to the continent. So even just restricting ourselves to European colonialism still makes it a difficult task. I have this table of typologies of colonialism from the literature, some of which you might be familiar with. And I thought for the purpose of trying to understand the legacies and the continuities and discontinuities of colonialism in contemporary social policy-making structures, what would be most useful would be to think about typologies based on colonial power. So this is just talking about British, say, versus French colonialism or Portuguese colonialism. Of course, there are deficiencies or limitations in this, because even if you just think about British colonialism, even though we tend to, in a shorthand, say that was indirect rule versus French direct rule, there were still differences there. So it's an oversimplification. Of course, it also then just focuses on the colonial powers and as opposed to Africans and their agency. Looking at type of colonial rule is also helpful. So this is a typology proposed by Mamdani for one. So looking at settler versus non-settler, peasant, and so on. What I'm actually trying to do is combine these different types because they all have their limitations, but I think it's important to look at the particular power, but also to look at the type, especially settler versus non-settler is particularly powerful as a distinction. And then also just the temporal, which is just a descriptive way of saying even for particular colonial powers, one specific colonial power, there may have been changes over time in how they went about doing their form of colonialism. And then the last one that I've highlighted is the post-colonial legacy, looking at the kinds of institutions and bureaucracies that were set up for social policy making. So the question is, what would this look like? And so I use this. The starting point, obviously, is that all colonial powers were about resource exploitation. I think that would be a commonality. Then there was empire and state building. And I've highlighted that in red because that's where variations will come in based on the colonial power, like I talked about. Some were a bit more interested in this than others. It would also have to be based on the time period, and it would be based also, it would also determine what kind of bureaucracies were set up. And then what is often missing even in these typologies is a consideration about the particular peoples that were colonized and their own histories, and then their agencies and their actions. So this makes it a really difficult framework to work with because you're trying to think about different things. I haven't gotten my mind all around it, but this is what it might look like. So there will be a section of the report that just tries to describe or just tries to present the variation, just to show the kind of complexities and nuances. So in this case, I might talk about British West African non-settler colonialism as a specific type, but also emphasize the period of time. And using this as an example, then you would be thinking about, in this early period of British non-settler colonialism, which was characteristic of what was happening in the West Africa region, in this earlier period, there would have
been more emphasis on resource exploitation. So the kinds of social policies that you had at this time would be really very, very limited, where provisions would be made for European colonial officials. Those provisions might be assessed by Africans who had the political and actual fiscal capital to be able to access these commercialized services. And then there would have been very, very limited provision necessary to create low-level human resource that would oil the resource exploitation. Then you might go to the latter period where there would have been more of a shift to state building, so to a development enterprise. But even here, you will still see differences, because this attempt at development, if you take, let's say, Ghana and Nigeria, were limited to regions within the colonial, within the colony, that's the word, within the colony, where some parts were still very much in the early, just raw, brutal, exploitative phase. So that is the attempt I'll be making at trying to present some kind of mixed typology of colonialism and the consequent policy making ideologies and structures and content. Then I'll go to a third, and I'm saying I will because, as I think Atu mentioned, we inaugurated the synthesis papers last month, so we are all still in the process of figuring it out. So in the third section, I'm looking at general characteristics of colonial social policy making, and here I've got my highlights, so it will be a matter of presenting examples from around the continent based on these very good country papers that we got from the first phase, from 31 countries in the 5 regions of the continent, and showing how more or less given the different colonial typologies, but generally social policy would have been very minimal and limited in the ways that I just explained for British West Africa. Would have been unequal, very instrumental for the most part for the purposes of the goals of the colonial government. Also decontextualized or inappropriate, as Midgley put it, and then inherently gendered, because the colonial governance structures themselves were patriarchal because of gendered labor regimes and other things. And then the fourth section will talk about the legacies of colonialism. So starting with the ways in which a shift from a clear colonial governance and states to post-colonial or post-independent states would have changed something about the approach to social policy making. So a shift in conception of people from being subjects to being citizens. And for the most part, there was the ambition that these weren't just going to be citizens, but modern citizens of a modern state. So that would have been a very clear shift in the ways that governments thought about their people. Also, a shift from a straightforward resource exploitation, empire building, to nation building and national development. You know, the other proviso I should have made was perhaps the apartheid system. I don't think that fits. So when I'm talking about colonialism, I don't think I figured out apartheid. I'm going to maybe park that as something distinct, or maybe I should be brave and grapple with it. I'll think that through. Maybe you can give me comments on that. But in general, from exploitation, empire building to more of a nation building agenda, and from social policy as just being instrumental to also having intrinsic value. So the idea here is that even though we still very much had a human capital formation mindset and industrialization and modernization, there was still this idea that citizens deserved to have health care and they deserved education. They weren't just, it wasn't just traits, it wasn't just about developing the economy, although that's always persisted, but that you wanted to have healthy citizens, you wanted to have educated citizens, that people deserved to have jobs that they could make livelihoods of. Very general points here, but and then to in some sectors an attempt at universal coverage. In some sectors, so in education, for instance, it was very clear at some levels of education, everybody was going to be educated, not just children of chiefs or people who were allies of the colonial government, for instance, but in a post-independent state, that everybody deserves some basic level of social provisioning. And then the continuities, of course, have to do with the underlying structure of the economies, which is still based on resource exploitation. Even if the exploitation is now supposed to benefit the state or the nation rather than the metropole, it is still an economy that's very much unchanged in fundamental ways. We still see the resilience of other colonial structures and systems and ideologies, particularly in governance. And here I want to highlight the enduring patriarchal rationality of state policy making and governance and decision making. So I've given some examples at the bottom there of what I mean by the enduring rationality of policy making at different levels. And then the characteristics, so if you look at this slide, yes, it will look familiar, very similar to what I presented about the nature of colonial social policy making. So limited focus. Now it's in terms of our emphasis on social protection, which, as we all know in GETSPA, is a very limited way of thinking about social policy. If we think about our functions of social policy, protection when people are in dire straits is just one function. And in fact, our contention is if we did the other functions better, I'm done? 2 minutes. If we did the other functions better, we would have less work to do in terms of social protection. Of course, it's selective and hierarchical. Now it's not based on a subject-citizen dichotomy, but if you can get social security, if you are in the formal sector but not in the informal economy, that's still a very selective way of doing social policy. It's unequal in ways that I think we are all familiar with, and it's also inherently gendered, as I have put down here. So that's a little disheartening. But then the fourth section quickly would be about the possibilities for transformative social policy. I think broadly and obviously this will have to do with trying to dismantle the very structures of social policy making as I've described them, that are based on exploitative economic framework and also gender inequalities and so on. But I do hope to make more to make more specific recommendations, for instance, linking social policy explicitly to productive transformation, talking about building universal social provisioning around life cycles, thinking in much more gendered ways about how we can change labor regimes and so on and so forth. Going to still think through that a bit more. So thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much for really thoughtful and insightful presentation, and for leaving us with such open and inviting possibilities for reflection around what productive transformation might look like with the life cycles approach, with the gendered approach. And I suspect you'll get some engagement from all around what to do with the apartheid issue, right? Is it really so unique? What is the colonial legacy of racialization more generally, and should we, like Chinook, think about that as distinct or as part of a continuity? So thank you for opening that discussion in such a rich way, and for leading so nicely with your capacious thinking around gender to the next and ultimately last paper of this panel that will be presented by Marion. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm making the presentation on behalf of my team members working with Faustina Obeng, who unfortunately is not here, and Georgie, who's seated here. So I'm making the presentation on our behalf. And as Ato and Nanaikwa have mentioned, this is still at an initial stage of thinking. And so what we did for us, what we've done for us is to try and see where the trends and to see what trends within the synthesis papers, to look at the trends at different periods. We looked at 4 periods that have been mentioned, looking at the trends, but also going further a bit to look at what are the drivers of progress, for instance, where are the gaps that still exist, and so on. And so ours is on, we're looking at the gender equitable transformative social policy, and it's a synthesis of the papers, 31, trying to look at 31 papers, and also the cluster reports. And so the trend we see within the papers in terms of gender equitable social policy is that, yes, there's been progress in a lot of social policy dimensions, in education, health, water and sanitation, and employment. But then this progress, if you'd call it progress, it's been oscillatory, so it's, goes here and there, back and forth. It's truncated, there are stops and so on, but also path dependent, that find thinking and policies endure and endure because they have been, they're influenced by policies and thinking that was there in the past. And so this there is progress, but then you see this kind of shifts here and there and changes over through the time. So just as the first attempt, we brought together some of the things that we think are sort of like trends within the different countries, and I think from the colonial times, and borrowing from what Nanaikwa had mentioned, the first see there's a lot of it is rooted in economic imperatives of empire building and so on. And just like economic policies also at this time, we see that they're gendered, yeah? There is education, there's progress on a bit of, education that's offered, but mostly it's to male sons of chief nobles in colonial administration, and the neglect of female. The education of girls comes, I think Cameroon, from the reports that we've read, Cameroon stands out on this, because just decades a bit after a bit of education is offered, then you see Cameroon, the exceptions, but then to education for girls, but then this is it's focused on reproductive and caregiving roles, they're not productive. But then also health policies, there are a bit of health policies at this point, and mostly it's for reproductive health and primary health. And there's no attempt at equity or transformation. We're not surprised by this. Very few social protection instruments which disadvantage women, and there's little attention to productive potential or addressing reproduction and redistribution. And I think one of the things that we see across is the problem of redistribution persists for a long time, and very little has been done across countries in terms of in terms on the continent, in the countries that we looked at, in terms of addressing redistribution. And so other things, I mean, after post-colonial, the era post-colonial, there are attempts at universalizing social services, which then provides opportunities for men and women. But then there is a persistent gender role, norms that then structure access and heighten gender inequity. There's little intentionality at all to address gender disparities. There's an expansion of education, employment, social protection to some extent, and healthcare. Employment, we know now there are less women getting into, at this point, there are less women in the informal sector, and so social security, which is mostly tied to paid work, formal work, is not available for women, for instance. The emphasis in terms of production, the emphasis is on cash crop, continued as cash crop in many countries, for instance, Kenya, and so on. And this disadvantages women, especially the peasant farmers, for reasons also that, the land issue and so on. And even as there are times to universal healthcare or healthcare, there's partial disparities at this point in a couple of the reports we read, especially rural, urban. You see those disparities. So post the adjustment period, we look at the post the adjustment period, and this we've tried to look at it through the lens of transformative social policy, and we're just bringing out the different functions of transformative social policy to explain this. There's of course reduced social policy expenditure due to structural adjustments, which then has an impact on social policy, a great impact on social policy, and access and affordability and so on. And more women are represented in low-paying jobs, and especially in the informal sector across country. We see the inability of governments to create jobs, and a majority of women face significant livelihood challenges at this time, and the growing informality. We have an emphasis on agriculture, but then small scale, for small scale, most women are small scale, and the government is favoring industry of agriculture, and so this is where financial support, financial expenditure in terms of government, the fiscus is going to. This disrupted loss of jobs and livelihoods, the rise of economic liberalization, which then leads to rentier capitalism in many countries, and you see reactive policy making rather than that is thought through and so on in countries like Egypt, Uganda, and Tanzania. And then there is also civil conflict in countries like Sierra Leone, Liberia, that then we have shutdowns and so on, and there's progress that because of displacement and various factors, closure of work and so on, it affects population. And just still then, I mean, what you find is that there's global processes and development that then is influencing national gender processes at this time. You're seeing policies starting to be developed, and countries starting to think about how to deal with, how to improve welfare in a gender way. And this for instance, this global processes then impact on government to put in place legal instruments that help shape the context of policies in country. Civil society also at this time during the adjustment program, the adjustment phase, we are seeing civil society playing a catalyzing role catalyzing action for gender equitable processes in several countries. But then, yes, there is progress in terms of healthcare and education, but these have accrued from the post-nationalist phase, or during the nationalist phase, or after colonial era. So the benefits we're seeing, the outcomes we're seeing at this point in terms of education and health is what has accrued from there, and then we start seeing a stagnation in this. Also, there's the lack of agency, but institutionalized patriarchy that continues through. And for instance, in Tanzania, we have a law of marriage, which still, even until now, has not been reviewed and so on. In Egypt, you have, at this point, as an example of the patriarchy, what was called the chastity test for widows before they were able to access social protection, which basically was a test that was done to see that they had not had sex with anybody after their husband and everything. If they did, then they wouldn't get any social protection benefit. There's the lack of disaggregated data that runs across several countries. Several reports. In terms of protection, I think we see an improvement in education for women, which I mentioned before is a spillover from the phase before. But it's mixed outcomes in education, largely because of culture, and most of education is for preparing women for marriage rather than production. The migration of male workers, male for work, which increases the reproductive burden of women in a lot of countries, but also there are policies, especially for labor and employment, anti-discrimination that come about mostly because of civil society action. But then we still start seeing a revision of gains also in some countries in healthcare, the decimation of health infrastructure in countries like Sierra Leone and Liberia as structural adjustment programs persist. Post-adjustment, there are attempts now, there are attempts by government at several policies, and we see lots of policies lots of policy to address gender inequity are proposed at this time or passed by governments at this time. But then women's role continues to be relegated to inferior status and unpaid family labor and other reproductive roles. And then we have pandemics like the Ebola, which undermines production, pandemics, and attempts at universal education, free primary education, for instance, which Ato mentioned. And some of this at times accrues from international processes, or international processes and declarations and agreements, and we arise in girls' education, rural-urban disparity still persist, that spatial disparity. Expansion of private sector work, which on one hand opens up the availability of work for women, and also we see maternity social insurance policies coming in place that then are able to afford women to work. But there's little investment in social protection in general. Also some of it is directed towards civil conflict, rebuilding, and also debt repayment. So I mentioned about the measures for insurance cover for countries, for instance, Egypt, Uganda, and Tanzania. Reproduction, we have, for the reproductive function, we have the implementation of laws, several policies in line with global trends towards gender equality to accommodate more reproductive, for gender equality. There's greater commitment to social policy with universal primary education, for instance, introduction youth policies, which I've mentioned. Protection, for social protection, most of it is in the form of subsidies, and likely food subsidies. Then we see the rise of cash transfers in many countries due to policy diffusion and also policy transfer. And for redistribution, in terms of redistribution, we see full employment for countries, for instance, like Mauritius, where we have an emphasis on enforcement of minimum wage, in Ghana and so forth. And in Mauritius and also Ghana, we start seeing a mainstreaming of gender equity analysis through different sectors. And when you look across the papers, what do we think are some of the drivers of progress that we've had, whether it's been truncated, and so on? Global processes have really global processes have really helped to drive national progress. Countries have signed on to laws and declarations and so forth, and so this has brought a push to the changes that we see, in terms of gender equitable social policy. There's the role of CSOs and women's movement, which has been very critical in many countries, in almost all the countries, the reports that we read, and also the progressive constitutions that have been could be sections of the constitution that are progressive, for instance, in Ethiopia and in Mauritius, that have been some of the drivers of progress. But the gaps that are persisting, the gaps that we see that still persist, there's gender-based violence against women, gender gaps in education. This I've mentioned, especially in terms of participation in STEM. And Sierra Leone was quite, Sierra Leone was quite instinctive in this. That, for instance, there are fewer female at the moment in Sierra Leone. There are fewer female teachers than during the colonial era, which is quite, was quite disturbing and one of those. And there's heightened teenage pregnancies, especially during COVID, and civil conflict, discrepancies in education, work and employment, gaps in care access and services, and also this I've mentioned the burden of care, which has been heightened during COVID. And some of what has slowed progress or made gender equitable social policy not where it is now. First is that, and I think this has been mentioned at maybe this mark, if I was to look at it for a part, or looking at it maybe from the meso level, structural adjustment programs, issues of civil conflict, the pandemics, COVID and Ebola, enduring colonial legacies that we see persisting in terms of conceptualization, but also leading to a limited ability to transform or alter citizens' welfare. Political institution, or what we call lack of political will, slowed economic growth, death distress at several points, and also deeply entrenched patriarchal practices maintain gender equality. Some of the areas maybe that we see that we think could be paid attention for, that I mentioned in the report, is the need to strengthen access to education, and runs across all the papers, and you see that education is seen as the greatest contributor to production, to basically almost the production, redistribution, and reproduction. And so there's a call for the need to strengthen access to education, strengthen labor laws. Women are overrepresented in precarious work and labor, and without a legal enforcement of some of this, like minimum wage and so on, then progress will continue to be slow. And then the universalism of public goods, education, health, and water sanitation, which then provides opportunity for all. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was really a powerful, breathtaking, really transversal overview of what Nana was referred to as the inherently gendered dimensions of the various country studies. And I think the elements that you've teased out, as well as your call for more disaggregated data, will element the work going forward. So we now have the opportunity to turn to Jimmy Adesina, who is virtually with us for his comments on the presentations. Jimmy, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Fabulous.
Can you hear me?
We can, yes. Feel free to go ahead. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much. And thanks for a wonderful plenary lecture yesterday. First, let me, thank the, GETSPA project colleagues for the invitation, and I do apologize for not being present in with you. I think this session, more than any other, demonstrates the considerable contributions of the GETSPA project, to the social policy literature, and policy environment, broadly speaking, because in an attempt to synthesize the report, there's an effort to provide some coherence, to the, diversity of data, country level data that have been, extracted during the first phase of the project. And I think this is an important, contribution to the advancement of knowledge, to the policy debate and policy discussion. I think I'll try and make my comments very brief, because the synthesis papers themselves are a work in progress, and if there's any way in which one can contribute to the thinking through with the data, thinking through the data will be helpful, will be useful. I think what Ato tried to do is an excellent example of trying to provide some conceptual foundation to the nature, to the materials that have been generated by the in the reports, and I think it is the right path to go. But I would suggest that if one goes through the history of social policy itself, whether in the global north or in the global south, the issue of path dependence, punctuated equilibrium model, for instance, will need to be moderated based on the findings themselves, which contributes to the moderation of the analysis, because I think it was who said, that there's a tendency within the social policy literature to see Sweden as a state of culmination, when in fact, in what came to be understood as the Nordic model, for instance, it was cumulative, building up over a long time, from 1913, pensions, act, to the 1970s, and so on and so forth. And we see also the fragility, even within that particular context, of the outcome, of the social policy model itself. if we look at the global south, and in the African context, Mauritius is the exemplar that should be used in terms of a social democratic model of social policy. But we know that what we see today as the Mauritian model itself was a product of gradual, cumulative build-up of the architecture of the social policy architecture of the country. And there are instances of reversals. I mean, Ghana, between the the Nkrumah's period and the military regime, that took power after Nkrumah's, or more dramatically, the structural adjustment, period, for instance. So the difference between those ones and the Mauritius model, for instance, or Mauritius case, where there's been almost a consensus around social democratic norms among the various political parties, even when they fragment and they reassembled and they fragment again and so on and so forth, is something to keep in mind in terms of making sense of the varieties of materials that came through in the report. And I think if one turns to Nana's and attempts to try and fix to make sense of the the apartheid regime, for instance. In many ways, it's both, Mamdani perspective of it as a form of late colonialism model, which is replicated in other parts, the decentralized despotism and so on and so forth. But at the same time, understanding it as as a pivotal and distinctly settler colonial model becomes important. Of course, in terms of understanding the contemporary South African context, we see elements of past dependence from the apartheid period, to gradual deracialization of some of the social protection instruments, and so on and so forth, and the tilts towards markets as preferred option for social policy, social provisioning, in the period from about 1985 to 1993, as the apartheid, the national party government was, facing the prospect of loss of power, and so on and so forth. So the deracialization of the social, social protection instruments, persisted, and new ones, were added. So again, going back to relationship between Nana's project and Ato's, project, incremental changes, reversals, path deviation, but within the broad framework of what we may call some elements of part dependence and so on and so forth. But I think the post-colonial immediate post-colonial period, although it's quite diverse in terms of the way in which things turned out, draws us back to the idea of transformative social policy. And I think it's important to keep in mind Tandika Mkandawire's, what do you call it, founding questions, issue about which serves as the foundation for the idea of transformative social policy, which is that the question is, what questions do countries ask of their social policy when they're in the process, or when they are in the process of economic development, of development, and therefore the way in which social policy works in tandem with economic policy to effect, transformation at three key domains, economic, institutions, and social relations. And I think it's in this way that we begin to make sense of, what do you call it, policy instruments that, for instance, under Nkrumah, for instance, or Bafemi Awolowo, or Julius Nyerere, Bafemi Awolowo in Western Nigeria, Julius Nyerere in Tanzania, in which there was a clear connection between social policy and economic policy. And it was not purely an instrumental thing, although I would prefer the phrase activation, social policy, activating different tasks of social policy, production, reproduction, redistribution, social, what do you call it, social protection, and social cohesion, and so on and so forth. Because we see the tasks that post-colonial, some post-colonial government faced, nation building, for instance, rapid economic development, and different paths that the different countries took, for instance, between Ghana on the one hand and Tanzania on the other hand, so that the idea of social transformation is not your standard social policy instrument, social policy understanding of what do you call it, demand side management, but of what do you call it, an effort to transform the economy, transform social institutions, and transform social relations. Now, what the synthesis report on gender and social policy, demonstrate quite clearly is the gender deficiencies, and limitations in terms of, addressing gender equity and care economy, the issues of social reproduction, and so on and so forth. But we then get into a period of structural adjustment, which sought to undo, not just in the global south, but also in the global north as well, except that the institutional, imperatives of institutional imperatives of the infrastructure of social provisioning may be a lot more resilient, more, greater constituencies around it in the global north than in the global south. But, again, the issue of the leadership and enduring commitment to more equitable social provisioning, for instance, we see in the case of Mauritius, where, in spite of pressure from the World Bank at the initial phase of trying to, negotiate assistance during the economic crisis and this resisted, the attempts to roll back, social spending. But I think what the various synthesis papers, what they do is they help us make sense of the diversity and the range of data materials that are coming out of the country reports. And this on its own becomes a very important contribution to our understanding of social policy trajectory, social policy history, social policy dynamics on the African continent, and the variability of this social policy architecture, social policy, because even when Nkrumah's Ghana and Nyerere's Tanzania could be understood as variations of socialism, for instance, the path they took differed, and therefore the implications for social policy design vary. What is quite important to keep in mind is the extent to which some of these early nationalists understood the synergy that needs to be provided between social policy and economic objectives, economic development objectives, nation building objectives, and the way in which social policy instruments were designed to work in synergistic relationship with these other objectives, and so on and so forth. As I indicated, the synthesis report themselves are a major contribution to the impact of the GETSPA project, and it's one that I really welcome as important addition to our understanding of social policy in the African context. Thank you.
You very much for that fabulous overview and reminder of the magnitude of the contribution that GETSPA research is offering. We now have a full 20 minutes for our questions. So who would like to start? Yuba, why don't you start us off, and I'll go around the room.
Thank you for the speakers, the panels, and the discussants. I have a few questions. First, for the first presentation on this idea of equilibrium, and it's not clear if equilibrium can be measured. I mean, is it all or nothing at all? Is it, what are the features of equilibrium? What does it mean? I keep thinking of GETSPA as a way to go beyond the term and beyond accepting the fact that equilibrium, is it stasis, is it consensus? So a description of that would have been very nice. For the paper by Nanakwe, I'm wondering about, there's one thing that I find missing from the description of the colonial, which is resource exploitation, and it's also geopolitical security and competition in between the colonial forces themselves, which characterized colonialism a little bit differently. So there was an element of geography and there was an element of competition. And I think the second point is that also we don't talk about culture and ideational models of the colonial. where some were completely bereft, completely, the violence, the aggression, but also there was, white man's burden and so on. So I think mentioning ideational and cultural issues of control would be relevant. And then what are the social models of the colonial? I mean, in the colonial context, was equality valued? Was, I know it's a big question, but I find it interesting to know what, to characterize this inequality and the and racialization. And also finally to distinguish between periodization and temporality. Because there are periods, and then there's a temporality to these changes. Some were a long arc, and some were deeper and quicker. For the final paper, I've never heard of a chastity test for social protection. Here I'm speaking as an Egyptian. In fact, we have no social protection programs for virgins. I mean, the only thing I can think of is a unmarried person welfare, pension, which was for ladies above the age of 55 who are unmarried, and for that you just have to have proof that you were never married through a marriage contract, because all marriages are documented. So I'd be weary of that. I think we had one instance of chastity tests that was during the revolution. Our current president was head of that task force, but that was about activists, not social protection. But more seriously, it's interesting to think about the other policies that are in place. And as Professor Azizina talked about the economics, we really do need to understand the context. Why were structural adjustment programs accepted? There were different levels of debt and indebtedness and different reasons that led countries to this debt. So I think it's really important to not essentialize social policy or reify it in this way, but to look at what else was happening at the time, and also to look at diffusion. I mean, we know that in the socialist periods, the whole world was, there were many socialist countries. In periods of dictatorship, there were many dictators. So just to put it in some kind of context of other things going. Sorry, I spoke too long.
Yes.
Very much for the insightful presentations that have been made this afternoon. I'm just trying to learn from the paper that have been presented, especially making reference to studies that are focusing on Africa. I'm always asking myself, Africa, how do I focus and ensure that I have the results that I need? In this case, it appears, I just want a confirmation, is it just desk review that was done to be able to come up with all these write-ups? Is it just desk review? And then I'm reflecting on her comment. She's trying to dispute, I think, some of the observations. So I just want to learn, essentially, when we are focusing on drawing examples from various African countries, what approach are we really using so that by the end of the day we have we do a good job in terms of our focus? Thank you.
I'll take a third question. We can have the responses and then do another round. So yes, go right ahead, Marie.
Yeah. Je suis vraiment contente de participer à cette discussion collective sur les politiques sociales. Effectivement, on peut penser à plusieurs définitions, mais ce qui est ressorti était quand même assez rassembleur. Repenser aussi les mécanismes et les pratiques qu'on peut avoir quand on parle des politiques sociales, parce qu'il y a plusieurs mécanismes et plusieurs, on va dire plusieurs pratiques. Et je suis contente aussi d'avoir entendu la communication, la présentation de Nana sur le colonialisme et tout ça. Mais actuellement, on a aussi des enjeux autour de la colonialité quand même, parce qu'il faut peut-être faire une distinction entre la colonisation, le colonialisme qui est plutôt l'idéologie, et la colonialité qui en a découlé, comme par exemple ces processus où on a donc cette pensée coloniale qui est encore là et qui se reflète parfois même dans nos structures. Parce que ce n'est pas terminé, ce n'est pas parce que les puissances colonisatrices ont quitté l'Afrique et qu'on est indépendant politiquement que la colonialité n'existe plus. Et si on voit que le développement est un processus qui a pour but ultime l'amélioration de conditions de vie sur les territoires africains, l'amélioration devrait se traduire normalement se traduire concrètement par la satisfaction des besoins fondamentaux, c'est-à-dire se loger, se nourrir, se vêtir, s'éduquer, se soigner et dans des conditions décentes d'existence. On voit que les conditions décentes d'existence ne sont pas toujours au rendez-vous parce qu'aussi il y a beaucoup d'inégalités et ces inégalités-là sont parfois dues pas par les colons qui ne sont plus là, mais par des régimes politiques qui sont partie prenante de systèmes politiques hérités de la colonisation. On peut faire la différence entre le système politique dans un régime politique qui peut être démocratique, mais qui peut être autoritaire, etc. Donc, il faudrait peut-être repenser aussi le fait que, oui, on n'est plus colonisé, mais ce colonialisme et cette colonialité est encore là. Et comment faire pour que ça n'existe plus? Merci.
Wonderful, thank you. Let's take a round of responses and then we'll come to the other side of the table.
For the comments, the suggestions. Hania, excellent. Thank you so much. You're absolutely right about the thinking about the ideological issues that probably had nothing to do with straightforward exploitation or empire building, but just had to do with the culture of colonialism. And yeah, so I will take those into account. I'm not quite sure that I understood how the social model will be different from those kind of cultural ideologies, but I'll come to you about that. And also about, I think we're on the same page about temporality, not periodization. So it's very clear that a lot of colonial governance was muddling through and figuring things out over time. So I think that's what I meant by thinking about not just did a colonial power have a specific model, but understanding that they were also figuring things out and their orientation changed. So if that's what you meant, then we're on the same page. But I will talk to you a bit more. Thank you so much. Marie, yes, the distinction between colonialism, neo-colonialism, coloniality. So I think the paper itself is trying to get us to understand that just because the formal, very visible colonialism has ended doesn't mean that we don't still have neocolonialism and there isn't still a coloniality to the social policy structures and systems that we have. So that's exactly right. And actually, as I'm thinking, as I was listening to you, I thought perhaps another element that I may have missed out was the sort of the externalization, is that the word I want, of social policy making. The fact that, as Bayo Adikoshi, Olukoshi, why did I? Please nobody report back to him that somehow I missed his name. Talks about the offshore governments, the fact that we still have social policy making that's very much influenced, sometimes even directed by these same colonial powers, but from a different location. In fact, Mike and I have a journal manuscript that talks about how the names of, we've gone from missionaries now to expats at some point to now development partners. So the names change, but it's the same cast of characters doing the same kind of thing. So that's a very important point. Thank you. And seriously, we're just trying to find out what these synthesis papers are about and what they are based on. So the first phase was these country reports, and Georgie can chip into these country reports that had different methodologies. Some of them, a lot of them had desk, but all of them were based on existing literature, but also many of them did field work as well. So the methods are variable, diverse, but they all covered sort of a history and contemporary perspective on social policy making, and the synthesis are drawing from that. So we also have to grapple with the different methodologies that were used. And then how do we talk about Africa? Obviously very carefully. You can see that we're all trying to grapple with this. We are not talking about Africa as a country. We understand it's not homogeneous, but we also know that there are commonalities in our histories and in our geographies and so on. And we are trying to see, is there things that we can say about the continent very carefully and very thoughtfully and very in a nuanced and complex way. But of course it's not, I mean, this group of people would know better than most that we don't want to just generalize. But there has to be some way of grappling, because saying that of course there are all these different countries and histories and so on, and not grappling with the very reality that we are in similar situations is also a kind of intellectual cop-out. So
Group, we had agreed that I would make the presentation and Georgie would take the questions. But I think, I mean, I take the comments that have come in terms of looking at context. I mean, looking beyond, and I think that's one thing that we had decided we're going to do. To yes, look at context beyond maybe what's in the reports, to be able to understand, you know, some of the nuances that are coming up in the reports, and maybe for the, I mean, I think when we're looking at the reports, some of the notable, you know, some of the things that were very notable, very, you know, very high, you know, very excess, I would say very excess, like the case of Egypt, which came up in the report, the case of one of this, which country, Sierra Leone, where they say the female teachers now are even less, that, you know, some of those things we try to highlight them, but maybe also we need to go beyond just what's in the report and look at the context, maybe in other literature, to be able to see, when we see something that's outstanding, to try and look at it within the context, which may not have been provided within the report and so on, so that it's not causing, it's not alarming, and you know, like that. So I think we take that, and we will do that. I think on the report on how where we draw from, I think Nana has explained that quite well, so I don't think I'll belabor, unless maybe Georgie wants to say something about that. Okay.
And Atto, did you want to come in?
Yes, maybe briefly, I'll maybe just address the question of the first speaker, and that was the question about what equilibrium means. What does it look like? And I think, you know, of course, this is a very big question, and there are probably two aspects to it. So I will say that there is first the question of what it looks like. And then the second question is what maintains it. Okay. I think in terms of what it looks like, a very, I shouldn't say simplistic, but let me use the term nonetheless. I can't think of anything else. But a simpler way to think of it is just stasis. right? I think a more complex understanding, especially for someone who studies politics like myself, is the fact that despite efforts to change it, it stays. Okay, so it's not stasis in the sense that it's just there, it's not changing. It's the fact that there are mechanisms and groups that are able to maintain the status quo, despite the fact that others may want to change it. And I think that way of looking at it is very interesting because it brings up the question of why it is that it persists, even though there are efforts to change it. And I think, I mean, I'm not a big fan of economics, but if you look at the economics literature, there are many mechanisms that have been suggested. Of course, the most common one is the idea of sunk cost. That, you know, we've invested in something, we don't want to just back out. There are learning costs. So when people look at the computer keyboard, for example, why do we all use the QWERTY keyboard? It doesn't make any sense. It's not more efficient than anything else. But if I bought a QWERTY keyboard, I've learned how to use it. I'm not going to buy a different keyboard for my next computer and learn how to use it all over again. And then there are many others, you know, economies of scale, coordination costs. I think for political scientists, and maybe, you know, more relevant to the question of social policy, it's the fact that social policies tend to create constituencies that are invested in its maintenance. And so the question of the thinning of these policies or their erosion over time is really interesting and important. And I think it goes back to these questions of broader questions of democratization, you know, questions of externalization because of resource flows that Manekwe and others have mentioned. You know, the fact that our countries depend so much on resources from elsewhere. All of these, I think, could help us explain, you know, the little contribution of taxation. I said this earlier on, and not just taxation, because taxation can be limited to a few big things, for example, mineral concessions. That doesn't really create a relationship between the authorities and the mass of the population, but collecting little amounts of tax from everyone across broad space, I think, has a different impact on accountability. Maybe I'll just end by pointing out that a lot of the time, you know, the idea of stasis and persistence can be deceptive, right? And I think that's one of the points that I tried to make. That a lot of the time when we naturally tend to focus on big flashy events, right? But between those big flashy events, there may be a lot of little cumulative things, right, that are not necessarily very visible or very legible. And I use the word legible deliberately because part of this is about the politics of knowledge production, right? There is a reason why the Agenda 2063, for example, tends to get less airplay than the MDGs or the SDGs. There is a reason why you know, the theorizing on social policy elsewhere tends to get more airplay than that's done by Africans. So the struggles by Africans tends to get less credence in terms of changing things and moving things forward than efforts that are made elsewhere. And I think these are related to the politics of knowledge production, and there are things that we have to sort of recognize. Thank you.
Much. Thank you. Since I promised a second round and this side of the room is waiting, I'll go this way. So start with Newman. Yep.
Okay. Thank you so much for the presenters and also for GETSPA to initiate this is maybe some thesis reports from the phase 1 project, and maybe I might also just make a contribution as someone who also was in the phase 1, maybe on Southern African cluster. Yes, maybe from there, I think the design was to focus on 3 sectors which were compulsory: education, health, and social protection. Then we Then cluster did also an option of choosing other two which they can focus from their region which they thought maybe are important. So I also think that maybe in your synthesis of the reports, which are 31 country reports and also 10 synthesis reports from the clusters, if others have been translated to maybe to English from those who are Portuguese and French, there might be some innovative social policy maybe approaches or instruments which might be emerging, which might want which are African, maybe which are more African, and we can try to see if they might provide some means of where to start from and going forward. Then maybe another aspect is to even the conceptualization of the GETSPA project. It was the COVID-19 providing an opportunity of trying to rethink social policy from the experience of the COVID-19. So I also think maybe in the forward-looking, but rather than this next is just focusing on what is in the reports already, but the forward-looking of the work, maybe this reports which are working on now. How do they help us to think forward as we go forward? So maybe we need also to ensure that maybe that comes out more clearly, so that can help. And also as you look into the synthesis reports, what were some of the moments of change which maybe resulted in some changes which we might see in the reports, and how it has been built up upon? Because now we've seen we are just coming out of the second World Social Summit on Social Development Summit. Then how are we building on this? How are your reports, or you are going to produce, would also are building on this just passing through world event? Mostly maybe from the gender as in social policy. How can we also try to build on this, and as a way of maybe a moment of maybe moment to build momentum on, just as the Beijing, the Copenhagen, the CEDAW constituted the building up of the Beijing. So how can you also use this SSD, which just ended, as also a build-up platform? Thank you so much for that.
Yes, Edith.
For such a rich presentation and representation as well. I might be coming with something that is not specifically for what happened in the papers, but I'm sitting here and I'm thinking I'll be at the G20 Social Summit. And I would love to hear from the presenters, particularly as I look at some of these synthesis reports, even though they are incomplete. Someone like me will have the opportunity to sit there. What is it that you think I should be able to put on the table of the G20 leaders? Thank you.
Okay, and Laura.
Thank you. That was a really great panel. I want to raise the issue of labour, and I'm a little bit nervous because I know the chair of the panel is a labour lawyer, but I'm going to wade in anyway. So labour was at the heart of the kind of social policy settlements that were made during the period of decolonization between 1945 and 1960 in many African countries. There was a project of many colonial governments that has been written about by historians like Fred Cooper, talking about the project to build a stable African working class in the urban areas, which kind of feeds into the citizen and subject Mamdani thing, but adds the worker kind of perspective to that. And he writes about that decolonization period, saying it often gets skipped out by historians. We write until the 1930s, and then we write the post-colonial, and we don't look at what happened in that really crucial period of 1945 to 60. So I just wanted to raise that because I think it's important, and it's where labour gets centred in the formation of social policy in both French and British Africa. And it links to Marion's presentation because you know, at the end, Marion, you said we need to strengthen labour law. And I think that part of what we need to do in thinking about a transformative social policy for Africa is think about what a labour law looks like that helps us to strengthen the economic conditions of people, many of whom are self-employed. You know, they're not in these employment relationships. What does collective bargaining look like for workers who are self-employed? How do we make capital pay for rights and protections for workers, even if they're not in employment relationships? Because that wasn't what was being imagined during 1945 and 60, right? What was being imagined was full formal employment, and that was taken up by post-colonial governments as well. You know, I worked in the archives here in Ghana, and what was so interesting was how many colonial officials were called back by the Nkrumah government to give advice on policy building in the next round, right? So that imaginary was so strong. And I think that this labour issue is quite an important one within social policy to raise. So I just wanted to flag it for both those presentations. Thanks.
You weighed in on that. And the last two, Michel, please.
Merci beaucoup pour vos excellentes présentations. C'est avec beaucoup d'intérêt que j'ai suivi ça. Et puis, aux trois intervenants, Nana, Marion et puis Atto, j'aimerais comme ça leur poser des questions. Peut-être qu'ils n'auront pas la réponse là aujourd'hui, mais c'est juste pour voir en fait, est-ce qu'ils ont observé en fait certaines tendances dans le type aussi de politique qui progressait, qui se transformait mieux dans les pays anglophones ou dans les pays francophones, et puis en lien aussi avec le type de colonisation qu'ils ont subi en fait. Ma question rentre un peu dans tous les sens là, mais l'idée en fait c'est de voir, c'est vrai que Marion nous a montré qu'il y a eu des programmes en matière de politique sociale dans les différents pays africains, mais je voulais savoir en fait s'ils ont observé certaines tendances ou certains catalyseurs, ça c'est plus pour Atto, en matière dans les types de politique d'abord, et puis qui progressent mieux soit dans les pays francophones ou les pays anglophones. Bon, c'est un peu ça ma question. Merci.
And merci beaucoup. So look, we've got... this has, of course, been such a pivotal panel. Okay, 30 secondes.
Alors, je vais essayer d'être rapide. Alors, Atto, il a terminé, enfin, il a dit tout à l'heure, pourquoi ça ne change pas? Alors, moi, à l'écoute des trois interventions, j'ai dû comprendre qu'il y a eu un effort de compréhension par rapport aux politiques sociales, que ce soit par rapport au genre, que ce soit par rapport à l'aspect protection sociale ou autre. Eh bien, c'est peut-être tout simplement cet effet transformateur qui est recherché n'a pas été pris en considération en termes de perception, en termes de mécanismes, etc. Parce que moi j'ai l'impression, et je peux me tromper, que tous les efforts qui se font et qui ont été faits pendant l'évolution historique que vous avez présentée tout à l'heure n'ont pas pu prendre en considération justement cet effet transformateur de ces politiques qui ne font en fait que servir des systèmes existants, que ce soit par rapport à l'éducation, à la santé et à la question de genre. Et d'ailleurs ma question c'est par rapport à ce point de genre, gender. Moi, je pense, ce que vous avez présenté, Oma, est très très intéressant, et je pense que ce ne sont pas les politiques qui manquent par rapport à l'amélioration des conditions des femmes, des catégories les plus défavorisées, mais c'est en fait là où ça bloque, c'est au niveau de l'opérationnalisation de ces politiques. Et c'est pour ça que je me dis peut-être que ce sont dans la majorité des politiques peu effectives, peu opérationnelles et peu efficaces, et aussi en termes d'efficacité et d'efficience, ils ne le sont pas. Donc ma question en termes, quelle est votre lecture par rapport à vos résultats que vous avez présentés, par rapport à l'effectivité, à l'efficacité et également à l'égalité? Parce que je pense que ce sont trois points qui nous permettent d'aller dans le sens de l'effet transformateur de ces politiques sociales. Et je peux me tromper.
All right, the absolute last 30-second interventions to you, Mary.
Alors moi, ma question va être brève, hein? Je n'ai pas beaucoup de temps. Alors ce que je voulais savoir, c'est que dans la présentation de vos différents rapports de synthèse, j'ai trouvé qu'il y a deux éléments qui n'ont pas été suffisamment traités, à savoir le financement des politiques sociales, qui est un enjeu quand même fondamental. Alors moi, j'aimerais vraiment voir, justement, compte tenu de la dynamique que vous avez présentée, quel a été ce financement-là, cet enjeu-là, durant toutes ces différentes périodes, et aussi, parce que c'est lié, l'arrimage qui existe, qui est supposé exister entre politique sociale et politique économique. Merci beaucoup.
Merci infiniment. Great, rich round of questions to which the amount of time accorded for response will be unsatisfactory. So I'll say a minute each, starting with Nana, then Atto, and then Mariam.
I think quite a few of the questions will be addressed by me providing a bit more background. The synthesis papers will be more than the three presented now. So we have the thematic synthesis papers, which our presentations formed part of, and the final very important one in that thematic series would be one on the intersection or interaction of social policy and economic policy. So that will address some of the financing things. We also should incorporate it into our papers, but I'm sure that will have a dedicated discussion on that issue. We also have the sectoral synthesis papers that are looking at education, employment and work and labor, and health, and then social security. So I do take your point about making sure that we are looking at labor in this particular period of, post-independence nationalism, but it will also obviously get more airtime in the paper dedicated to that. And then I think I'm done with my 1 minute. Edith's very important question. This is a great opportunity. Can we offer you like a short write-up? But off the top of my head, just the popular hits for GETSPA would be to just emphasize that social protection is not social policy. And I think the other thing that we are very keen to have people think about is how do we have economic and social policy work in tandem, as opposed to social policy being like the stepchild of economic policy. So those would be the two things, but if you're giving us this opportunity, we'll write something up for you to be able to advocate. Yes. Thank you.
Atto, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. And very briefly, someone asked a question about the Francophone and the Anglophone, and I was smiling a lot to myself because, as usual, we left out the Lusophone. And when you look at the reports, actually, I think that's where you see the clearest difference, because many of these Anglophone and Francophone countries gained independence around the same period. The Lusophone countries, most of them gained independence at a very different period, actually after the oil crisis. So when you look at the temporality, it's actually very, very different. And I would say that for me, that's where I noticed the most difference. It wasn't between Anglophone and Francophone, but between these two and the Lusophone countries that were sort of butted into very different economic environments compared to the other two. Dei Fatisa, very briefly, I think the question of financing and money, in the end, sure, we can go to, we can go to the G20 and tell leaders stuff, right? But a lot of the time it comes to money, and that's why I kept emphasizing the question of taxation, and increasing how much of our national revenues are from these broad-based taxes. Because I think a lot of the time, if you look at history, many things concerning democratization, conscription, and things like that have been related to taxation. Usually, the people who pay the money often call the tune. And if we depend on outside for the money, it will be hard for us to change the dynamics. Yeah.
In a minute, I think the question on what, and how do we assess effectiveness of the policies? And I think I said at the beginning that there has been progress, but then it's been truncated. There's been revisions back and forth, and also a lot of it has been part dependent based on previous thinking and previous policies and so on. So it's mixed. It's mixed revisions at times, reversals and so on. So you can't. Yeah, so that's the nature of the process that we've seen in terms of effectiveness of the policies. I mean, I think there's been increased human well-being to some extent, but of course there's been revision and so forth. So there has been progress and everything, and effectiveness, and so on. And then, what would you say to the G20? I think just to get the politics right, around economic and social policy. I think just that, yeah.
A round of applause for this fantastic session. Do we have marching orders?
Esther isn't here, but I mean, we are due for lunch. We are in fairly good time. And the quicker we finish lunch, the more time we'll have at the arts exhibition, and maybe a little break in between. Are there more specific? At 2. So enough time for lunch, and then on to that. Yes.
Is someone in the, anyway, someone in the booth? Okay. Hello. Okay, so please, whilst we are preparing for lunch, if you've still not received your reimbursement, you see the accountants who are currently at the high table. After lunch, we will have 2 buses available. Those who signed up for the photo exhibition will go with the usual bus, and those who would want to go to the hotel, we have a new van for you. So Nana Safu will do the coordination. Thank you very much. Okay, and one last bit. Please, we would need the boarding passes of all our international guests as part of the documentation for the per diem payment. So if you have your boarding pass here, kindly submit it to the accountant. Otherwise, you bring it tomorrow. Boarding passes. Thank you.
So we are done.
We want the video, the historical report.
Okay.
Sorry, you're talking about the boarding pass?
Yeah.
On the airplane?
Yeah, okay, so give it to the accountant.
To whom?
The accountant.
Okay.
Yeah.